by the expensive lawyers his brother paid for, not because he was declared innocent. That boy is a dyed-in-the-wool criminal, Bella. If you don't believe me, think about how wealthy he is now. Can club promotion really account for his homes? Yes, homes and cars. Wake up, dear child. He is not for you. Whatever attraction you feel is an anomaly, and you should be working to rid yourself of it immediately. Is that clear? This was it. The things Oke was hiding from me that he thought I would judge him for. There are a lot of emotions running through me, but more than anything, I wish he had told me his side of the story, rather than allow his mistakes to be read out to me like this, like he was condemned and beyond saving. When I didn't say anything, my father continued. My PA sent me that picture of you and Professor Ayodeji's son, just when I was beginning to lose hope in you and your future. Something fortunate has happened. Yinka is a responsible boy with a good track record, and I think a relationship may lead to marriage. I think a relationship which may lead to marriage would be a strategic move for you. In the meantime, I think you should consider going back to school for an advanced degree to improve your prospects with him. I remained silent, waiting to see if there was more to come. When it seemed clear that he was done, I looked at him. Dad, what did Miss A do when she found out that you and your company were being sued for fraud and embezzlement? Or when she found out that you only married her to access Duni's trust fund? I watched the blood drain from his face as my words hit him. Are you shocked? You think she told me, right? You are wrong. Your wife loves you too much to ever see fault in you. But the walls have ears, Dad. The wheels of this city are greased with money and gossip, especially when the gossip is about moneyed people like you. You are not a saint, Dad, but you are not more than the sum of your sins. But you are more than the sum of your sins. You think you deserve love. You deserve love despite what you have done, but you want to condemn Oke for his own wrongs. Bella, you don't know what you are talking about. Whether you like it or not, there are different walks of life. That boy is not from our world. My word on this is final. If you disobey me on this, I'm cutting you off. I was incredulous. What's so special about our world, Dad? What makes the men in this world better than him? Am I supposed to aspire to marry a man like you, or Grandpa, who had a mistress for over a decade and decided to walk out on his family after over 40 years of marriage? Oh, maybe I should aspire to marry a man like Anjola's dad, who robbed your family and almost left you penniless. Tell me, Daddy, where is the sterling example of the man I should aspire to marry? Because all the men in my life are flawed, including you. My father's eyes widened with shock, but he wasn't looking directly at me. My instincts told me to turn around. I did, and saw Miss A standing at the living room entrance, an apron still around her waist. I couldn't tell how much she had or how long she had been standing there. I'm sorry, Miss A. I was just really upset. Save your apologies for your dad, Bella. You know better than to talk to him like that, she interjected. Then she turned her attention to my dad. Antike, you also need some setting straight. Nice to see you are turning out just like your mom. I hope you are proud of yourself. She turned around and left, a lingering sadness and tension in the air. I gathered my keys and purse, heading to the door. Remember, Bella, if you do not stop seeing that boy, I will cut you off. I turned around to look at him with a determined smile. I lived without your money for 20 years, Daddy. I can do it for another 60. Back at home, I laid flat on my back on the floor in the middle of my living room, thinking about everything. I thought about how much I had in my savings and if I could live on that for a year. I constructed countless text messages in my head to send to OK, but nothing that made sense to me. I worried about Miss A and if she was angry with me. I wondered what I would say to Auntie Linda when I saw her text. My phone rang and I scrambled to answer it, hoping it was okay, but it wasn't. Hello, hi Bella, enjoying your internet fame? Can't say that I am. No, you? Does this sort of thing happen to you often, or affect things in your world? Yinka laughed. Bella, we are from the same world. One might even say that we are like neighbors. In fact, but to answer your question, no, I am usually not in the gossip blogs. Usually it's the finance section or maybe politics. This is new, but no big deal. I was more worried about you, to be honest. Worried about me? Me? I'm fine, I think. Rattled? Maybe. I wish you had told me who you were when we first met. Force of habit. Sorry. People act differently around me once they know who I am. I see. How about that dinner, then? Just for me to make sure being in my world hasn't been too much trouble. I was quiet for a moment. If I went on this dinner date, no matter how pure our intention, it would just add fuel to the fire. But if I sat here alone, sad and heartbroken, I might go insane. On two conditions. Name them and it is done. This is not a date, and we have to meet somewhere no cameras would find us. His response was rapid. Deal. 2 hours later, I was dressed and ready to leave, waiting for the car Yinka was sending over when my phone buzzed. Cupcake, I see you have found the prince you deserve. Enjoy your fairy tale life. Best wishes always. Rari. Chapter 11. Crossed lines. A bulletproof Bentley and a blacked out escort SUV pulled into the villa at 7 p.m. The mere presence of those cars in my grandmother's driveway was enough to give me a weird feeling, like Vanessa was right, and my life had already changed without me knowing. I thought about my mother as I headed down the stairs, about how she chose money over my father's love, and how that fact had always given me a complex about wealth in general. Was history about to repeat itself? Was fate going to put me in the same position and make me choose between the love I feel for Okechukwu and the secure future that Yinka represented? The mere thought alone made me want to cancel the whole thing. But then, I remembered something important. At any point in all this, I can simply say no and damn the consequences. On the drive to dinner, I looked at Ok's message. I hadn't replied and didn't know what to say. The words of the people who knew about the situation between us kept ringing in my ears. He won't step up to the plate. Vanessa's frustrated voice said. He has to choose you, Miss A's gentle voice insisted. And then my father's determined voice shattered everything. The attraction you feel is an anomaly, and you should be working to rid yourself of it. What if he was right? They were the ones who knew me best. What if they were seeing something I couldn't? Was this attraction really an anomaly? Was it just exhilaration because he was different from me? What if I was just being stubborn or reading this all wrong? somehow. The convoy eventually arrived at a rooftop restaurant on Sinari Daranijo Street, a quiet and removed part of Victoria Island, newly opened. It was a square, white building with pastel-colored neon signs and green climbing plants crawling up the wall, guided by a wooden frame. There was a garden restaurant outside and a minibar where barbecues were supposed to hold. It was beautifully turned out with little bulbs of yellow light strewn on strings that formed a canopy over the wooden benches and tables in the space. Curiously, there was no one there. Yinka's security detail led me into the restaurant and up the stairs. The only other people I saw were wait staff, who barely looked at me, as if instructed to give me privacy. Once we got to the opening of the roof deck, the security man stopped and motioned for me to continue on my own. The whole thing was like a covert operation, and despite my reservations, I was slightly impressed, if a little amused by all the protocol. When I stepped into the terrace, I saw Yinka sitting behind a garden table. He looked different from when we first met. Relaxed. His white Ralph Lauren polo shirt draped softly over his muscle-bound frame. His beard looked less ferocious, his bowed head not as gleaming. When he smiled, I noted how white his teeth were and how his lower lip was more red than pink. His skin looking like he had a nighttime regimen with expensive cosmetics. He stood up when he saw me, his narrow waist accented by his shirt being nearly tucked into a pair of grey cargo pants. "Bella," he said, like he was relieved to see me, "you look amazing." Deciding what to wear to a non-date dinner with a billionaire's son who was a potential love interest when you have an on-off boyfriend was understandably difficult. Those 2 hours before the car showed up almost had me emptying out my closet in confusion. I wanted to look good, but not too good so as to look suggestive or, God forbid, desperate. Yet I wanted to show up as myself, dressed to my tastes and standards, not as someone trying to impress a new guy because he has money. In the end, I threw on a black crepe Balmain jumpsuit that had a gold band at the waist and thin straps, showing off 2 of my best physical attributes, my slim waist and slender shoulders. I kept my makeup minimal and only wore a pair of hoop channel earrings, sweeping my shoulder-length hair into a chignon. I smiled and said nothing. He looked good too, but he knew that besides paying each other compliments was straying dangerously close to date territory. He pulled out a chair for me, and a waiter stepped out from behind the bar to pour us a glass of white wine each, then a glass of sparkling water. He stepped away again, and we were alone. "Thanks for doing this. I needed the distraction," I said, trying not to look directly at him. "It's no big deal," he chuckled. "Besides, it's partly my fault you are so stressed out." My hands flew to my face in mock horror. "That's bad," he laughed. "It's more an energy thing. You can relax here though. No one is going to bother us tonight." There was a proprietary tone that wrapped around his words, especially around the word "us," that gave me pause. I reached for the glass of sparkling water, which I never liked, but it was better than sipping on the white wine, which went straight to my head and would have had me tipsy and spilling all my secrets in record time. I let him take the lead the entire night. He ordered all the dishes, told me what type of wine went with each plate, gave me the context, both cultural and scientific, behind the pairings. He was smart, composed, and liked to be in control. He was a nice, cool shade of blue or gray, while OK was a vibrant red or chaotic purple. Being with Yinka was like stepping into a cool room after being in the hot sun all day. Being in Ok's company was like a fun day at the beach. I shamelessly compared the two men in my head. I felt like I was the heroine in a 19th century Russian novel. In those days, there would have been a duel, and the last man standing would have been mine. Now there was no such option. I would have to get my own hands bloody. What are you thinking about? I blushed. No way, I was telling him the truth. I spread my arms wide, gesturing to the table laden with bone-white dinner plates topped with food remnants. The green pestos, the creamy alfredos, the mixed greens, and smudges of gelato and volcanic chocolate cakes. Tomorrow's workout session and how many hours I would need to spend at the gym to burn off these calories. He smiled broadly. You are a little slender to be a gym rat. What's your preference? Yoga? Pilate? Well, mostly aerobics, nothing too fancy to be honest. I'm not very sporty. I paused and laughed at the memory. Back in high school, I was like 4 feet 11 for the longest time. I was so tiny, I flunked gym. Yinka's eyes gleamed as he laughed. Flunked gym? Never heard that one before. I nodded. If you had seen me back then, you'd get it. I was so small I could barely carry my own backpack without falling over. The average girl could knock me over with a breath. I had no chance. Sounds traumatic. It was, but then I got a growth spot and joined the mathletes in senior year, and the rest is history. He sipped on his wine and looked at me, his gaze intense and piercing. I quickly thought of something to keep the conversation light-hearted. Let me guess, from the look of things, you have the opposite experience with sports. He set his glass down. You think? What makes you say that? I clicked my tongue. Guy, you are about a hair's breadth away from being the Rock. He leaned back in his seat and laughed heartily. Maybe I should cut back at the gym. Don't want my clients getting the wrong idea. Then I said the words that shifted things from light banter to something a little mockier. Why? You look great. He fixed that intense gaze on me again, and this time my mind went blank. I had no witty remarks or nostalgic throwbacks. Nothing. I reached over to pick up my glass of water, and at the same time his hand snaked over, and his fingers grazed mine. Bella, let's make the second time we meet a date. My heart caught in my throat. The man opposite me seemed perfect. He was showing up every encounter like someone who knew what he wanted. Everything about the night had been great. The food, the company, the lack of worry about the life I had temporarily stepped away from. Yet, what do you say? He gently probed. I want to know what it is like to be claimed, to be wanted. I want to be in certainty, not confusion. Can you give me until tomorrow to think about it? He smacked his lips with a pained expression. I have to be in London in the morning. I'll be gone for 3 days, and to be honest, I don't think I can wait that long to see you again. What did that mean? Was he going to cancel his trip just to have dinner with me? Come with me. What? I spluttered. To London. Call it an accelerated getting to know phase. Don't worry, you are safe with me. I'll make sure of it. This is crazy. I don't know. Let me think about it. He slowly pulled his hand away from mine and crossed his ankle over his knees. That's fair enough. Our ride leaves at 7 a.m. I'll wait for your call. We say our goodbyes at the restaurant to keep our cover. Back in the Bentley, I thought things through. My brain was no longer processing information properly. So I did what I tend to when I'm confused. I called Vanessa. You are so slick. Weren't you telling me just this morning that you weren't interested? Now you are in his bulletproof Bentley. I laughed at her theatrics. Can you calm down and help me think? She yelled even more. What's there to think about, babe? Go to London with your mans. I'll cover for you. Bring me back an LV bag or you are dead to me. Hey God, why was it not me this man saw first instead of this dead babe? I shook my head in fits of laughter. You are no help at all. Heaven help those who help themselves. Go with the flow. Just tell your parents that you are in my place, Shikina. After some more gushing and exclaiming over the date, we said our goodbyes. But I still felt uneasy. It wasn't until after I had showered and changed into a white t-shirt and grey leggings that it hit me. I can't just leave like this. I have to see him. I got in my car and arrived at his estate around 12 a.m. The security guys knew me by this point and didn't bother asking me for an access code. Minutes later, I was at his gate. The house looked quiet and dark from the outside, and I wondered if he was even home until I saw his 3 cars parked under the gazebo. I did a double take. 3 cars? There were usually only 2. The third unfamiliar one was a red Toyota Camry, which I had never seen before. Did he have a guest at this time? I left my car outside and knocked on the gate. His regular night security, Emma, was on duty. He looked startled when he saw me and started stammering. Yes, ma. Miss Bella, welcome. Ah, it's late too. Nobody knows say you dey come this time. He rambled, shifting his cap around his head nervously. Oh, is Oga not at home? I saw his ass dart to the cars, then back to me. He fit been dey sleep. I don't know. You fit call him. I hesitated. He was right. I should call. But with all the fidgeting and stammering he was doing, it was better not to. Still, I brought out my phone and put it to my ear. Okay, please open the gate. I'm calling him now. Emma's face was a picture of dismay. With heavy reluctance, he opened the side gate and let me in. I walked up to the door, my heart in my throat, and rang the doorbell. I heard feet approaching, then the door swung open. The dark-skinned woman before me was tall, much taller than me, pretty and voluptuous. Her figure and aura immediately gave vixen vibes. She seemed worldly, sharp, and no nonsense. Yes, how may I help you? I gulped, not knowing what to say. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I have the wrong house. I'll be leaving now. Then I heard Okechukwu's voice. Ese, who is at the door? Ese. Ese? His supposed ex-girlfriend? My feet started moving of their own accord. If he saw me now, after he effectively ended things at his door at midnight, when his ex-girlfriend was already in his home like she never left, I would die of shame. I was nearly at the gate when someone grabbed my arm. The grip swung me around and I raised my fist to cover my face before I realized it wasn't his. Amazonian after me. Bella, what are you doing here? Tears welled up in my eyes. When I looked at him, his skin was damp from a recent shower. He smelled like heaven. He still looked like mine, but he wasn't. He never would be. Let go of me, okay? He released my arm and stood akimbo. "Let's talk outside," he said, gesturing toward the gate. I looked beyond him to see Ese still standing by the door, her arms folded, a cold stare directed at us. "That won't be necessary. I think I've seen all that I need to see." He sighed. "It's not what you think. Let me explain." I shook my head sadly. "You were right." My voice broke. "This is not going to work. It's not." There was so much I wanted to say, questions I wanted to ask, but there was no point. I walked back to my car in a cloud of shame, drove home in a daze, and went straight to bed. I couldn't fall asleep. Finally, at 2 a.m., I sent Yinka a text. "Let's go to London." Chapter 12. A Starless Sky. I felt like an actress on the set of a big-budget movie. It wasn't my first time on a private jet, but it was my first trip to London. "Ever?" Yinka said incredulously when I told him. "Ever? I barely traveled when I was in America." "Still," he said, "you haven't been in America for some time now. Surely you've had the chance." I did a quick review of the last 3 years in my head, filtering what I should and should not tell him considering how recent it. Well, I went to Dubai and Seychelles with my stepmom and siblings, then spent a few days in South Africa and Kenya with my dad, and I went to Paris on a shopping spree with my grandmom last year. But these were all tag-along trips. I never did the whole backpack around Europe for a year thing after college. It's why I'm happy to have a year off now. I should make a list of places I want to visit. He watched me talk with a gleam in his eyes. It felt good to be the center of his attention after the humiliation I suffered a few hours ago. The minute I stepped onto his private jet, it felt like half of my troubles fell off my shoulders. Turns out there are levels to this world thing. The Duchess usually flew private, but the rest of the family had to fly commercial, sometimes including my dad. Here, Yinka was living the fabulous under 45 with ease and whisking me along with him. I mean, the leather seats and napkins were monogrammed. Make that list and make some room for me on it. I'd love to experience a few cities through your eyes. How many cities do you think you have been to? He thought for a moment. Too many to list. A lot of the time, though, it's more like I hop from a conference room in Madrid to another one in Seoul. But I never really feel like I've visited the city, you know. I did. Sounded like what my dad also complained about. Do you ever travel for pleasure, like with friends or like with a partner? He turned in his seat to look at me. Miss Bella, what exactly are you asking me? You know how they ask at the counter, business or pleasure, when you arrived in a new country? I said in a rush. Yeah, like you said, you travel for business, so I was wondering. I'm single, Bella, though hopefully not for long. I mulled on his words for a bit. Can I ask how old you are? His tone shifted again, like he was in an interview or something. 28 in August. I said. He laughed. You don't believe that a man my age and status would be single and unattached? Is that it? Am I what you ladies call a red flag? No, I wasn't trying to suggest. I just had a bad experience recently. People are never truly single these days. He stroked his beard and made a face, like he was considering a difficult proposition. I did have someone. We were together for many years. We broke up last year. Oh, can I ask what happened? He winked at me. You can, but doesn't mean I'll tell. I leaned back in my chair and adopted a version of his voice. Call it an accelerated getting to know phase. He laughed in recognition of what I was doing. Fine. This goes both ways. The first time we met, a guy literally sucked me across the jaw because of you. And then you didn't want to come to London with me, and now here you are. So what changed? Oh crap. See, I can't take the heat, huh? Can't take the heat, huh? I'll give you a short version. Basically, he couldn't accept the differences in our worlds. He nodded thoughtfully. Sounds relatable. Same issue. Different worlds. Something about the way he glossed things over with those three phrases. Like there was more he wasn't saying. But just then, the pilot announced that we were beginning our descent into London. As we fastened our seatbelts, he glanced at me with a plain expression. When you come from a family like mine, marrying well in every sense of the word is an obligation and not only a matter of love. Did that mean he loved his ex, but she wasn't the right fit, or she was the right fix, but he didn't love her? Do you believe in love? I found myself asking, despite how corny and probably inappropriate the question was. Sure, but there are different forms of love. You just have to be on the same page with your partner about what that love looks like, he said with a small, tight smile. As the plane dropped lower toward the runway, I found myself turning his words around in my head. What type of love could he mean? I wanted to ask more questions, but I held back. We had 3 days to get to know each other. There would be time. London was magical. The old buildings, the narrow streets, the beginnings of spring, the cold lashings of sudden rain, the grey skies, the accents, everything about it was immersive. One moment I felt like I was in a Sherlock Holmes movie. The next, the female protagonist of a rom-com starring Hugh Grant. Yinka's home was a 3-story red brick building in Mayfair, one of the poshest areas in London. He had a butler, a chef, both European and in uniforms that reminded me of this whole series my mom used to watch called Upstairs, Downstairs, about the different classes in British society. To keep his promise, I was given a room at the very top of the house, while Yinka's room was downstairs. Once we settled in, that first full day, we only saw each other once at tea time, around 4 p.m. A driver had been dispatched to me to take me around the city because Yinka had to prep for his event the next evening. Along with the PA who managed their London property, they drove me to Trafalgar Square, Soho, Brick Lane, and Oxford Street, where we stopped at Selfridges for a 2-hour shopping spree. Yinka had pre-ordered most of the items, the bags, shoes, dresses, and jewelry, so I barely got to select what I would have liked. Luckily, I had my credit card and bought some stuff of my own. By the time we got back home, I had enough stuff to fill 3 boxes, at least. The next morning, after a full English breakfast, Yinka told me we had an hour to spend together before he headed to some meetings before his final prep for his keynote address. He asked me to choose where I wanted to go, and I selected the British Museum. We had fun at the museum, and an hour after, he waved me off. See you there? Back at home, there was a red vintage dress waiting for me. The material looked expensive, like something from the 70s. Now, I like old-time stuff, but the cut of the dress, the pearl earrings, and the shape of the shoes were not my taste at all. The moment I put these clothes on, I felt 10 years older. I figured that this was his crowd, and he knew what was best, so I didn't mind. We arrived at a venue in Westminster, and I was right. There were no backless dresses here. I fit right in. I tried my best to mingle with the crowd as his PA led me around and made introductions. This is Bella Ayoke-Sinton, she said in clipped tones, a Nigerian socialite. Socialite? She made me sound like I spent my entire life attending events. But then, what was she supposed to call me? an unemployed trust fund princess? Yinka's speech was exceptional. I listened intently to every word he said. I realized now that the way he spoke, those shifts in tone, was a cultivated skill. It worked magnificently on stage and commanded the attention of everyone around him. When he stepped down, he made a beeline for me, politely shaking off the people who wanted to speak to him. After cocktails and pictures, we headed back home. You were amazing, Bella. I like the way you carried yourself. You looked really good on my arm, he said. He had on a cravat that made him look aristocratic, especially with that beard. I chuckled. First, I was a socialite. Now I am arm candy. Next stop, trophy wife. He didn't laugh like he usually did when I made my quips and witty remarks. Were you uncomfortable tonight? His tone was serious, and I realized that even my joke was not quite a joke. I shrugged. It's just new to me, that's all. The rest of the ride home was quiet. When we arrived, he walked me to my bedroom door for the first time. My heart started thumping wildly, and my hands tremored a little. He had a big, almost domineering persona. As we stood in the hallway together, it felt like there was not enough space, like the air had gotten thinner. I couldn't tell if I was anticipating a move or dreading it. He leaned against the door frame, looking at me. My throat was dry, and I became super anxious and shy all of a sudden. Bella, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm not going to do anything you don't want me to. His voice was warm but dripping with suggestion. I responded with a simple, I know. His hands were in his pockets as he came closer. Do you want me to kiss you? Do I? Should we? It occurred to me that I had not once thought of kissing him this whole time. I nodded. He leaned against the door and put his arm around my waist, pulling me toward him. When we were face to face, I looked at him, at his slender nose that flared a little at the nostrils, his smooth skin and plump mouth. He bent forward and pressed his lips against mine, his palm against my cheek. His lips tasted salty but felt soft, almost too soft. He gently prodded my mouth open, and his tongue touched mine. A few minutes later, the kiss ended, leaving my mouth sticky. After a hug and a squeeze, he left, and I closed the bedroom door behind me. Vanessa watched me unpack, 2 designer bags under each arm like precocious children, a look of shock on her face. What do you mean by no sparks? I sighed and shrugged my shoulders upward. I mean no zing, no pizzas, no fireworks, no chemistry, no nothing. Nada, zilch, zero. It was like this. I wiggled the fingers on either hand against the other, like 2 pieces of flesh sliding against the other, except wet and sticky. Vanessa dropped the bags and came to sit next to me on the bed, dropping her voice to a whisper. Are you trying to tell me that handsome billionaire is a bad kisser? No, God, Van. I mean, I didn't feel anything romantic during the... I'm sure he has great technique. Stop twisting my words. She snapped her fingers together. This is your fault. You lack experience. I groaned in frustration. Babe, virgin down south, not up north. I have kissed and been kissed before. She eyed me quietly, her gaze contemplative. How can a man take you to the most exclusive restaurant in town, shutting it down for you, I might add, drive you around town in a bulletproof Bentley with an escort, fly you out to London, private, shop for you at the most expensive stores, treat you like a princess, hasn't tried to sleep with you, and you say you felt no sparks? Please define what sparks mean to you. because a platinum card being swiped on my account is enough to get me electrocuted. I took a deep breath. Just because I appreciated everything he did does not mean I felt a romantic connection. At least not yet. Not during that first kiss. Vanessa collapsed dramatically on the bed in frustration, and we both laughed. My phone rang and I dashed to answer it. I was surprised that it was my stepmom calling me. We haven't spoken in days. Not since the showdown between my dad and I at their house. I braced myself and answered the call. Bella, you need to come over here right now. My heart stopped. What could have happened? Is everything okay? Everyone is fine, but your dad is very unhappy with you. I thought we talked about it's your London trip. He has seen the pictures from the event. You messaged us that you were going to be with Vanessa all weekend. You lied to him. Oh shit. What am I supposed to do now? Try and see him. Talk it through. No fighting. I have to go. Vanessa was looking at me and she pounced once I hung up. What's happening? They found out. Your parents? How? They saw some pictures of us at Saturday's event. Her eyes popped out of her head. How managed? When Lagos View didn't carry it. She immediately reached for her phone and started to type and swipe. Seconds later, she looked up at me. Wahala. Things spiraled very quickly after I saw the blog posts and social media captions heralding me as Yinka's girlfriend. One blog even had a tagline screaming it's official, which was jarring to me because no one had called to ask me if it was true or not. I tried to call Yinka, but his phone wasn't connecting. Minutes later, a message came in from him. Don't worry, Bella. I know you are overwhelmed right now, but it's all under control. I'll call you in an hour. As I saw Vanessa off to her car, my father's Maybach pulled into the villa. I was not surprised to see him, but I couldn't say that I was happy either. I stood in the driveway, watching him alight from the car and walk up to me. I guess we were going to get to the rebellious phase sooner or later, he said. I couldn't tell if he was trying to be funny or not. I am 23, Dad, not a teenager. Oh, so you know you are not a kid. Why would a grown-up woman have to lie to her parents about her where she is? Because the grown woman is being policed like a child, like she's a child, incapable of making her own decisions. I shot back. My father looked at me and shook his head. Let's talk inside like civilized people. I don't want the whole of Parkview realizing that you don't respect me. We sat in one of the Duchess's grand rooms, staring at each other. My dad began. I see you finally broke things off with Okechukwu. It's the first time I have heard his name mentioned in 4 days. The entire time I was in London, I did everything I could not to check his social media to see if he and Ese were now official. I resisted reading our old messages or looking at pictures of him. I wanted to bury the memory of all that happened somewhere deeper than the shame I felt over losing him to someone else when I had been ready to sacrifice everything to be with him. That's over, I said, more to myself than to my father. Nevertheless, he looked happy and relieved by the news. Good. For what it's worth, I hope you understand that I was just trying to protect you. You will see in the long run that I was right, and Yinka is a much better fit. Dad, I said solemnly, I love you, but this is my life. At the end of the day, I should do what makes me happy. Please, don't gamble or make bets with matters that concern me. He smiled. Love you too, Bella. He left, telling me that he was on his way to Abuja for another meeting, and we would see when he got back. Later that evening, Yinka finally called. Hi, gorgeous. How are you? Been to PR hell and back, all alone. He sighed. I'm sorry, babe. Things have been a little hectic here since I got back. You might not have heard from me, but you are always on my mind, I mumbled. It didn't feel like it. I felt thrown to the wolves. Hey, is being my girlfriend really that bad? My heart stopped. What? Yinka, is this how people begin relationships in your world? We haven't even had the discussion between us yet. Isn't it obvious how I feel about you, that we fit together? But what about my feelings? Shouldn't this be a joint discussion? Bella, say something. I searched my head for something non-combative to say. I just wish this was all going differently. From now on, I'll do better. Tell me how you want to be treated, and I'll go above and beyond to make it happen. You know, I am an overachiever, he said, with a small laugh. I felt a flutter in my chest when he said that. I leaned against the sofa's headrest. We are supposed to be dating, but I don't even know where you are or where you live. You don't even know my favorite colors. I don't know your nickname. Come and see me then. I'll send the jet to Lagos for you. I am in Abuja right now. I tend to split my time between here and Lagos. Your dad is here anyway, and my dad wants to meet you. My head contracted. Did you just say my dad? Yeah, he's here for the board meeting. That's partly why I've been so busy. I sat up. What board meeting? You didn't know? Your dad has been appointed to the board of my father's group of companies. It's been in the works for weeks. So what do you say? Should I send the jet over? Chapter 13. Love and Contracts. The jet touched down in a private hangar at Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport by 5 p.m. I was surprised to find a convoy of 3 blacked-out Mercedes-Benz waiting to pick me up. Just me. One of the cars had security in it. They rode at the rear. The other one in front had 2 assistants. The other one I sat in was in the middle. As we filed out of the airport at the kind of speed diplomats or politicians often employ, I caught a glimpse of ordinary Nigerians jumping out of the way, while others tried to peer through the tinted windows. Who could they be carrying? I'm sure they wondered. They never would have guessed that it was an ordinary 20-something who was just as bewildered by what was happening to her as they were. Yinka's home was in the heart of Asokoro. There were so many exotic trees and hedges on the outside and in the environs. You might not have noticed that a stately white house, which looked like it had 3 separate wings, was nestled within it. The driveway leading to it was long and winding. The house itself looked like a smaller version of Federal Palace Hotel, complete with a tennis lawn on one side and a pool on the other. Something about it made me feel like I was in a different era. So this is what old money looks like, I thought to myself. The 2 assistants led me to a reception space before a door that reminded me of those American action movies about saving the president from intruders. The place was deep inside a massive house and difficult to get to. In front of the closed door were 2 security men and my father, standing obediently in a 3-piece suit. The smile on his face when he saw me was a poor photocopy of his real smile. He looked chastened, cowed, and smaller than I had ever seen him. I felt something so close to shame that I stopped in my tracks, not wanting to be any closer to him. You should come and stand next to me, Bella. We are not strangers. I shook my head. Aren't we? He frowned at me, and some of his steel momentarily flashed in his eyes. You must not talk to me the way you usually do. Not here. Not now. I was flabbergasted. Dad, what's going on? What are you up to? The deep brown security door opened, and I saw Yinka wearing a crisp sky blue shirt over tailored black pants, emerged next to an older gentleman I had never seen before, but who needed no introduction. Seeing the two of them walk toward me was like that scene in the Bible where the scales fell from Saul's eyes. The way we met, my father's antipathy toward Oke that drove him to put together a dossier on him, the pictures in the blogs and magazines, the swiftness of the relationship between Yinka and I, the entire thing was a production. I was the only one who was none the wiser, the only one in a play without a script. "You must be Bella," Professor Ayodeji said. I was so carried away with my thoughts that I didn't notice they were standing before me. Yinka to his father's right, my dad slightly behind them on the left. Professor Ayodeji looked at me, his eyes like steel. He was perhaps in his late 60s. His hair was completely gray and cropped close to his head. There was an elegant thin mustache gracing his upper lips and spattering of neatly trimmed hairs across his cheekbones and chin. The silver frames he had on gleamed, and his body was sculpted and firm. His royal blue polo shirt tucked into brown dress trousers. He looked powerful and smelled like money. "Good afternoon, sir," I said, but suddenly the atmosphere felt cold. I might as well have cursed out loud. But what did I say wrong? The room was too quiet. My eyes flitted over to where my dad stood for guidance. His eyes met mine, and it occurred to me this was a Yoruba family, and I was supposed to be a Yoruba girl. I dipped my knees. "Eku irole, sir." His demeanor changed immediately. "That's quite an accent you have there, Bella." There was a big grin on his face now, and Yinka looked at me approvingly. Tension diffused. The two men continued to walk ahead, and my father and I followed after them. "Yinka, you have a task ahead of you, bringing Bella up to speed with our customs," he continued. I couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. I felt so uncomfortable and awkward. The house was too big, the corridors too wide. Yinka had not looked at me once with anything approaching familiarity, not to mention affection. And my father, my proud, fiery, charismatic father, was walking around like a schoolboy before his principal. "What am I doing here?" Yinka threw a glance over his shoulders at me, his eyes sparkling. "It would be my pleasure, sir." We continued to walk through the winding corridors, and I had no idea where we were headed. From behind, I studied father and son. Yinka was taller than his father and brother, but they had a similar build. The professor was darker skinned and more dignified looking, while Yinka's modernity and exuberance shined through. "Bella," the professor said, "what are your long-term career goals? I'm told that you recently resigned from the leading telecoms company in the country." My father's eyes widened. He didn't look at me, but he said nothing in my defense either. "I'm taking a belated gap year, sir. It will help me come up with a concrete business plan and the necessary steps to achieve my goals." I saw my hands fold behind his back I saw his hands fold behind his back as he uttered a contemplative To my surprise, I heard Yinka pipe up. "Bella is being modest, sir. She has big plans to extend Octane Asset Management to create an outreach program for young women, teaching them how to better manage their finances, something she was passionate about since her teenage years. She has a degree in finance, you know. I, for one, think it's highly commendable." I was stunned. Did he just lie? Was this supposed to be supportive? But why? Would his father not like me if I wasn't some kind of Marvin or guru? Did I even want him to like me? Prof nodded his head in approval and continued to talk, almost to himself, but for our attention. Few things give me more pleasure than fate falling into place. Business acumen may lead the intellect, but people very rarely mention the little sprinkling of luck that makes things work. Take for instance Adenike, your mother and grandmother, who I grew up with. I had always envisaged her having a great political career, given her exposure and temperament. But for a spot of bad luck, that might have been the case. He stepped in front of a set of ornate carved blue double doors and turned around. But fate has given us an alternative. I am sure that witnessing you take over from me at OA Holdings will make her very happy. The Duchess? Of course, she had to be involved somehow. She knew everyone, and everyone knew her. But why did I get the feeling that this scenario would not make her happy? Why was this all happening when she was out of the country? Bella, it was a pleasure. I'm sure we will meet again. Adetokunbo, let's talk. Yinka, you should show her around. She's about to be a regular presence after all. We walked together in silence for a few minutes, winding a path through the many corridors. The walls all had paintings, and the carpet absorbed the sound of our football. How could opulence feel so eerie? We got to a small elevator and Yinka reached out to press the penthouse button. When the doors opened, he gestured with his right hand. After you, me lady. Was he enjoying this? Did none of what had happened seem odd to him? Once the elevator door slid shut, he leaned against the wall and let out a huge sigh. He had his hands on his knees and his face looked flushed, like he was having a mild panic attack. I placed my hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? I'm okay. I just need a moment. I was stunned. Was the whole thing an act? What was going on? The elevator door dinged open, and a hallway with dark green and gold accents was before us. Welcome to my home, Bella, he said. I turned to look at him. He seemed to have recovered and looked more composed. He slipped his hand into mine, and we walked to one of the 3 doors in the hallway. The door opened into a living room space that had a huge window and a breathtaking view of Asokoro and the grounds around the house. I stood in awe of how beautiful it was and allowed the view cleanse me of all I had just experienced. He came to me and gently hugged me from behind. I'm sorry I embellished your history a little bit. My father is... It was just the best thing to do at the time. Is it not because you are ashamed of me? It's because my father despises any hint of non-ambitiousness in people, and I want this to work. I detached myself from his embrace to look at him. And what is this? An arranged marriage between families? Was this all orchestrated from the day we met? He looked somber when he said, this is a high-stakes world. This is a high-stakes relationship. It doesn't mean it's not real. It just means that we exist in a bubble where things work differently. Like you, I think you like me. Why should we not be together? Because you never asked. You just assumed. He stepped forward again, grabbing my waist and pulling me close. I tend to take what I want. It's up to you to resist me if you can. I swallowed. Do you plan to resist me? Or should I try harder to convince you? He placed his mouth on mine, kissing me aggressively. His body was sculpted and hard, his groin pushing against me, his hand gently cupping my breast. This time, my body reacted differently, as a woman, and a tremor of desire made its way through me when his hand traveled to the buttons of my blouse I pulled back. Wait, stop. He looked into my eyes, and I saw a flash of irritation, maybe anger in his. What's wrong? I wasn't sure how to word what I needed to say.
Let's take this slowly. He pulled he pulled me he pulled me again. But I am not convincing you yet. His lips were against my again, and I whispered, I have never done this before, Yinka. Yinka pulled back and looked at me. Do you mean? His eyes widened. Not even with the right hook guy? I shook my head. You better not be lying to me, he said, incredulously. Anger flashed through me. Why would I lie to you? He raised his hand in surrender. It's just shocking. Never thought a woman who looks the way you do and has the kind of effects of men and that you have on me has never gone all the way. I stepped away from him and sat on the nearest sofa. He came to me and went on his haunches, holding my hand. Bella, if you are playing cards right, this relationship would open up unimaginable doors for us both. I am talking I am talking one day, possibly ruling this country with you by my side. I am talking I am talking meeting king and queens, writing policies, seeing the world, all of it and more. Be with me. Forget all else. Just hold my hand, I will do the rest. My head was spinning. Everything he said might sounded romantic, as aspirational to someone else, but I wasn't sure it was all for me. Then I remembered what Uke did, how he left me. Maybe he was right. This man was a prince, and there was in this castle being offered the fairy tale I was supposed to want. So why was I hastening? All I had to do was take a single step, utter a single word, and the world would be mine. What was the worst that could happen? The ultimate sacrifice, July 2018. This heart is small, but I will never be able to understand how it can take so much suffering and will go on beating. Chapter 14. Intimacy. I was at Hans and Ren looking through my social media feed while waiting for my order. Just 4 months ago, I had a modest personal account with about 1,000 followers. Most of my posts back then were about my interests, clips from old films and sitcoms, vintage fashion and model, and an occasional peek into my life. Now, as the official girlfriend of one of the countries, perhaps Africa's most eligible bachelor, I have close I have close to 100,000 followers and a social media manager, a photographer and a researcher. The manager has my password and occasionally posts on my behalf after approval of the angles and what we are trying to get trend or notice. I I say we, but it's basically Yinka's family and my dad. The recent picture of my feet are from the trip Yinka and I have taken to Milan, Paris, Berlin, dinner date, expensive suit, conference room, and stack of gifts taken by an official photographer. The interface among those are images of me counseling young women about finance under the OA Holding banner, a new venture that sprang from the single throwaway comment Inca made the day I met his dad. For the businesswoman photo shot, I think I think of them. My clothes my clothes are carefully selected. My makeup and jewelry were put together by a stylist to make me look the part. Most of the women in the pictures are jobbling actors. They spend an hour or so pretending to be interested in what I have to say before they leave and collect their pay for the day. My researcher not only find the women, but he also compose and writes the caption under my post. I had been 2 weeks since It had been 2 weeks since I saw Yinka, and nearly a month since I saw my dad. Yinka's PA sent me an itinerary every week so that we would coordinate. Right now, he was hard at building his e-commerce empire, which mere weeks after launching was already ranked number 2 in Africa. My father, meanwhile, was working hard to cut members of the board to ensure that he secured the chairmanship in the upcoming board election. Of all the nominated candidates, he is the youngest, the least experienced, and the newest member. We were back together under the same roof since I moved back in 3 months ago, per the agreement between he and my grandmother. But he left home before I woke up most morning and returned late at night, so we rarely saw each other. My life no longer feel like mine. I can't remember the last time I wore a jumpsuit or a pair of skinny jeans. I was always in pretty dress and heel. I even had a signature hairstyle, wispy bob, that gazed my chin, which was designed by my personal stylist according to Yinka's taste. Almost every aspect of my life was being managed and controlled by someone else, and I feel suffocated. Yet everyone believes that I am living a charmed life. My world has become a glad cage. I was enduring for my father's sake, for Yinka's sake, for my grandmother's sake, and for the sake of the 100,000 eyes watching my every move on social media. That afternoon, after knocking off a few activities and events from my itinerary, I had a 1 hour empty slot. I slipped away from home and came to satisfy a sudden intense craving for something sweet. There was a short line when I arrived, so I had to sit down for a bit to look through my phone. Eventually, the counter freed up and I walked up to the empty counter to place my order. Good afternoon, ma. What would you like to order? I was about to speak when I felt someone brush up against me. I glanced up to see who was being so rude and froze, since she will have two scoops, one red velvet and the other vanilla, plain on topping. I felt myself shaking all over, like I was in a dream. I hadn't seen him in months, and here he was, in the fresh, ok- Okechukwu. On a Friday night, 2 days later, I was in front of my closet thinking of what to wear after we met at the Han and Ren. Okay, don't, okay, didn't wait around to talk. Once he placed my order, exactly as I used to when we were dating, he said he had to run and that he would message me later. He never did until last night. Dapo is turning 30 tomorrow. He wants to see you. I nearly didn't respond to his message. He was my ex, and I was in a high profile relationship that meant a lot to my family. We had nothing to say to each other and no reason to see. But I was bored. I was so bored I couldn't take one more sniff. Hyper coordinated, even that was hollow and meaningful. I just needed one evening as myself, and I would return to the regimented life I had been living. Besides, OK had chosen essay over me. This was nothing to worry about. The dress I chose was something I knew would make Yinka livid. It was black, short, sparky, and slutty. I wore no makeup except my signature red lipstick spread on my gorgeous amount of perfume, and headed out with a prayer and knocked in my tummy. I drove to the venue and as agreed, A back entrance had been arranged for me so I won't end up in Lagos Villa. When I arrived, everyone was talking loudly over the music and dance and laughing. Dapo spotted me first and let out a cat call. I didn't realize how much I had missed him and the whole crew, whom I used to find loutish then authentic, loutish than authentic, and now consider my friends. He came over to me and wrapped me in a bear hug. I heard you came. I thought you would become too much of a superstar to hang out with the like of us, he said, his face and cherubic under the club light. I miss you guys. Thanks for inviting me. Anything be? I looked around and spotted Oke in a corner. He had his legs out in front of him and his head against the wall. He was looking at me like he used to, and all the feeling that they used to invoke bubbled to the surface. Dapo held my hand and led me around the room, introducing me to the people I didn't know and reconnecting me with those I did. I was surprised not to see Ase here, but then when we hung out in the past, she was never around him. Maybe she was in his house, keeping tabs on him, and would break down the door at any moment. Just then, I felt my phone ringing. I pulled it out of my purse. It was Yinka. I briefly considered not answering because I knew he would be calling until I did. I made my way to the balcony that I saw walking in, opened the door and shut it behind me. Hey, hey gorgeous miss me? He always said this. It was always miss me, but never I miss you. A little. How is Joburg? Just a little. I am hot, thankfully. I will be seeing you tomorrow. Next time I leave, I want you to be super lovesick. Joburg is hectic as usual. How is Lagos? Same as always. You okay? I heard noises. Are you out with Van doing some catching up? I lied smoothly. Make sure she gets enough. Make sure she takes good care of you and keep your rooming eyes at the bay. I will see you tomorrow at Yemisi's intro. Call me when you get home. After he hung up, I remained on the balcony. Dating Yinka has been a weird experience. It was like being in a relationship with a shadow. I couldn't quit I couldn't quit I couldn't quite place him, and he was always disappearing than appearing. He wanted to know all there was to know about me, but I knew little about him. Even after 4 months being together, his younger sister was getting introduced tomorrow. I didn't even been included in any of the preparation. Just last week, the event popped up in the itinerary his PA sent to me. This morning, my outfit, which I had no input into selecting, arrived. There was always something missing, even when he seems to be giving me everything. I felt like a piece of rock floating out of the periphery of his real life. Not only that, when we were alone together, I was beginning to sense his growing impatience with my not being ready to sleep with him. I can't wait to claim you, to be your first and only lover. He could say, like my virginity was a prize he was trying to wrest from my body. Trouble in paradise, a voice behind me said. It was Okechukwu leaning against the closed balcony door. I glared at him. You like that, wouldn't you? Why would I like that, Bella? I want I want what best for you, and Prince Charming seems to have what you need. You should know since you are the expert on what I need and deserve. I walked to the door and waited for him to get out of my way, but he stayed put. Do you mind? I asked tastily. Why are you always so sensitive? I am not sensitive. You are standing in my way. Use your words. Bella, just tell me you want me to move, and I will move. I want you to kiss you, no problem. He pulled me close and pressed his lip against mine. The moment our lips touched, my knee went weak. I knew instantly that everything I had been doing with Tinka was a fa- was a fence. This was it for me. He lifted me up and my legs wrapped around him, his body against mine, my back against the wall. I went to the I went I want you so badly, Bella, he whispered, his hand gently stroking my eyes. My feeling inside the feeling inside threatened to consume me, like there was a volcano set to erupt within my body. Then I remember why we broke up in the first place. I pressed my hand against his chest and tried to pull him off, but he grabbed me instead and placed it over his heart. Can you feel this? My heart's racing when I am near you. It is. It hasn't stopped fluttering since I saw you 2 days ago, and every time I think about you, but you are with Ese. He pulled away. It's not what you think, Bella. I saw her in your house, and you looked super cozy. You had just taken a shower. It's exactly what I think. She had been in the picture of you and that guy all over social media and came to win me back. I won't lie, I was tempted just to go back to her. She was familiar and had struck along for so long, but when I tried, I couldn't go through with it. I told her to leave and had gone to shower when you showed up. After all, I didn't have to tell her again. We are done. I haven't seen her since. You broke my heart that day, I said sadly. My too. How do you think I have felt watching you publicly being with another man when I am not even close to being over you? He turned around and left, closing the door behind him. I stood there, confused, my mind reeling, my body on fire. I did not feel this alive for months, but okay, and I had been there before. We have an amazing connection. We just could not make it work. There were too many factors against us, too much emotional baggage that we carry. It was intoxicating and complicated, and had no idea what to do. I opened the door and went after him. I met Dapo at the bar and he told me, okay, had left. Believe it, I grabbed my purse and headed for the exit. At that moment, my phone buzzed. It was him. I am waiting for you. I looked around confused, waiting where? I dialed his number. When he answered, I let loose. How could you kiss me and then leave me just like that? Where are you? I am waiting for you at home. He hung up and I stared at my phone in disbelief. Did he just summon me to his house? For what? I wanted to be angry and every bit of common sense I had left warned me to get in my car and go home. But once I turned the ignition, I knew that I was not going to listen to I am not going to listen to reason. When I got to the house, the gate man was happy to see me, expectant even. Good evening, ma. He chipped happily. I smiled tightly, a little ashamed of my being there at that hour. I walked at the door, fighting memories of my last time here, of all that had happened ever since. My finger pressed the doorbell, and he showed up at the door, naked from the waist up. The desire that hit me was like a tsunami. How did you know I would come? I just knew. Why? This. He grabbed me by the waist and pulled me close and kissed me, not only on my lips but everywhere. On my forehead, my cheeks, my eyes, my neck. He was driving me crazy and I knew I had to make it stop. You know we can't do this. I have to go. He stopped and pulled away from me, his grace intense. I have to get you out of my system. I just wanted to see you. I have no plans of ever sleeping with you. Not when you are with him. I could never share you with someone. I hesitate. The words I knew I shouldn't speak sprang onto my tongue. I haven't slept with Yinka. He grabbed my shoulder and looked in my eyes. Never. Never. Why? Good question. Why was the point of holding back? He and I were on a clear path. Sleeping together was inevitable. So why did I hold back? Maybe because when he kissed me, I wish he were someone else. I saw the breath caught in his throat. He didn't need to ask any more questions. He scooped me up in his arm and carried me up the stairs and into the bedroom. I knew what was happening and made no moves to stop it. He drove he dropped me on the bed and stared at me. I could see the question in his eyes, so I reached down to the hem of my dress and pulled it over my head. He leaned over and slid my bra off. He pulled off his trouser and my breath caught. His body was as beautiful and powerful as I had imagined. My heart turned widely in my chest, overwhelmed by how happy and nervous I was to take this step with the man I love. Yes, love. His body covered mine and my legs wrapped around his. All that lay between us was the tiny drip of lace between my legs. He looked into my eyes. Bella, I want you to know that I have never wanted anyone more than I do in this moment. What are you waiting for then? I wanted to scream. But we can't do this. Not like this. I can't be with you tonight and send you back to him in the morning. If you are going to choose each if you are going to choose each other, we should. Let's not restart things between us like this. We deserve better. I felt his heart beating against my chest, felt the heart from his body, and the hardness pressing against me, and love surfaced my body. I couldn't believe how restrained he had, how much consideration he was choosing to show at his very moment. I felt tears form in my eyes. So what do you do? I can't just break up with him. A lot is riding on this relationship. For now, just stay with me. I miss you so much. We can decide what to do next in the morning. I panicked. If I did this, Yinka was likely to find out that I was out all night. I I wouldn't use Vanessa as a cover because she was firmly Team Yinka. Then it hit me. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, give me a t-shirt and wear. Give me a t-shirt to wear. And he threw his pajamas on. I texted Miss A to say that I was staying at the villa. My grandmother was out for the week and no one would know really I never really went over there. We got back into bed together and he pulled me close to him, cuddling me. Just before he slept off, he whispered in my ears, I am so in love with you, Bella. It was the first time he had ever said that to me, and I wanted to tell him that I was in love with him too. But I couldn't because then he had realized from my voice that I was crying. A couple of hours later, I woke up to find Okechukwu staring out his bedroom window. I left the bed and went to hug him from behind. He turned around and pulled me close. Then we began to slow dance to no music. The way he held me, like he never wanted to let go of me. The silence of the night and the semi-darkness in the room. I felt like he and I married our soul in that moment. We would always belong to each other. Everything else was a plain limitation. We headed back to the bed and cuddled, catching up on our life since we last saw each other 4 months ago. I told him things hadn't been able to say out to anyone, and he reassured and comforted me. I asked him things I had always been curious about, and he answered me sincerely and without reservation. I realized being part from you all this time that you are my best friend. You are the only one I can say these things to. Really be myself. And he said, me too. I replied. At about 6 a.m., I tried to get up from the bed, but Okechukwu pulled me back and held me tight. Okechukwu, I have to go, I giggled as he nuzzled my ear with his lips. Stay, spend the weekend with me, he pleaded. I can't. Yinka is coming into town today for his sister's introduction, and I really have to go home before my parents find out I never went to the villa. He groaned. Please don't mention that guy's name. He was nothing. He has nothing to do with us. I turned around to look at him, but I explained the situation. How can you go back to him after what happened between us last night? No matter what the stake might be, they can't come at the cause of your own heart and soul. Bella, you you couldn't have been so intimate with with each other if you had any feeling for another man. So how do you expect me to fold my arms and watch you walk away from this? Okay, Chuku, I don't know what to do. My hands are tied. I have gone too far to walk away now. My father, my grandmother, and everyone watching us will never forgive me. How can I fix this? I will come with you. I sat up apparently. What? I will talk to that guy, man to man. I will beg your father on my knee. I will negotiate a deal with your grandmother. Whatever it takes, I will do it. I stood up to throw my arm around his waist. Let me do it. I pulled myself in this position. Give me this weekend to try and get myself out of it. Chapter 15. Marks off. Yemesi's introduction was supposed to start by 2 p.m., but Yinka and I had agreed via coordination with Victor, his PA, to meet at their family house in Ikoyi by 3 p.m. When I left Oke's house, it was 8 a.m. I drove back to Lekki for a quick shower and change, then headed out again to find Yinka. I had to talk to him before the event today because afterward he was going to be out of town again, and I could no longer keep up the fence. Not for one more day. Not after all that happened that night before. He wouldn't be at their house because the place would be swarming with people prepping for the ceremony. The other place he liked to lodge when he was in town was the White Baker. I got into my car and started to drive there, calling his number and Victor, but getting no response. The lobby of the hotel, the receptionist let me know that there is that his usual room was empty and that he hadn't come in that morning. It was nearly 11 by this point, and I was panicking. There was a refrain running around in my head, a litany of excuses, reasons, justification as to why this relationship was going to work. Yinka, I have been thinking a lot about our relationship, and I have something to tell you. I feel as if what we had, pleasant and en- were pleas- while pleasant and enjoyable, is not real love. You do so much for me and my family. I feel like you are an amazing man and you do your best to make me happy. For this, I'll always be grateful. But Yinka, I felt like this is not working. I feel like you would be better suited to someone else. Could I really say these words to him? Was I being fair to or reasonable? What will my dad say or my grandmother? I remembered Mrs. A's words when she asked me how things were going between Yinka and I 2 months ago. It was already apparent that he was always a lot and I was always alone. I am getting used to his absence, but I don't really think it's a good thing. We are supposed to be getting to know each other and I feel like we don't spend enough time together. I had said at the time, well, I am the last person in the world to give courtship advice. My relationship with your dad was anything but conventional. But the truth is that when it's right, it's right. You will just know it in your heart. So whether you date for 3 months or 3 years, if he is the one, you will know. How can I know if we walk when he is always busy? Sweetheart, if you don't want to be with a broke man, you have to content with a busy man. We had loved the time, and the conversation had given me enough motivation to keep going. And now my heart had chosen, and I belonged to Okechukwu, his office. Yinka had a large penthouse office in a commercial building in Victoria Island, and that was the only other place he could be. He was such a workaholic anyway. I was certain he would be in a meeting even on the day his sister was taking her first crucial step into matrimony. I put the car in drive and headed straight there. The place was somewhat deserted, being what it was, being that it was a Saturday, but I saw the Bentley and the three black out Mercedes that often followed him around in the parking lot. So I knew I had come to the right place. I took a quick ride up the elevator to his consultancy firm, which was on the fifth floor. I practiced my line in my head over and over, but by the time the door didn't open, there was only white noise in my head. The floor plan of the office was the standard open style with cubicles in a wide space. His own office was at the back, and he was walled with glass, which he would stood up for some privacy if he needed. The office was the office was stood at, and I listened to hear any sound indicating that he was busy. Yinka had a temper and hated things not going according to his plan. I knew he wouldn't be happy to see me outside of schedule, but I was going to break up with him anyway. That was probably for the best. There was only muffled sound coming from the glass wall, like someone having a muted conversation with a millioing card. Could he be watching TV? Now that would be unusual. Satisfied that I wasn't bothering him in any specific way, I pushed the door open and walked in. On the massive oak table in the middle of his office, which was Yinka half dressed, kissing. On the massive oak table in the middle of his office was Yinka, half undressed, kissing and winking atop a fair-skinned woman who was moaning softly. The first thing I felt was shock, not just because of what I was witnessing, but the fact that the woman, whoever she was, seems to really be in ecstasy at Yinka's touch. Then my stomach dropped. Yinka had been cheating on me all this time. Of course he was. It explained why I felt so distant from him, why his kiss felt forced, why our conversation lacked true warmth and closeness, and all made sense. Moment had passed, and they had not even noticed I was standing there. I turned around to leave so quickly as possible when I heard Yinka's voice. Are you just going to walk away? I turned back to look at him, and they had separated. The woman didn't look guilty or angry. She seemed sedate, which worried me greatly. Had she been younger looking, I would have worried if she was being coerced to something. I was considering it. I said, my voice sound more confident than I felt. It's not like we have something more to say here. We are done. Yinka laughed heartily and sat at the edge of the table. I have to hand it to you, Bella. At first I thought your innocent act was just that, an act, but these days I am beginning to think that you truly do not know who you are dealing with. My heart started beating wildly. Yinka looked downright scary. His eyes, the thick beard, the bare head. He seems intoxicated, like the wicked words he spoke were giving him a high. My voice shook and I fell unsteady on my feet, but I stood my ground. And what is that supposed to mean? Are you threatening me right now? Yes, Bella, I am threatening you. It's about time you know your place anyway. Babe, he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to the woman who was now sitting on the sofa, watching the whole thing play out like she was merely an audience member at a theater show. Tell Bella here who you are. She looked at me with a classy eyes. Truth to be told, she was stunning. Her hair was a pixie cut, only a couple of inches shorter than mine. She had a hourglass figure and clear skin. Her eyes a hazel brown. I am Tony Adetoyin, Yinka's long-time girlfriend. Long time, but he told me he was single when we met. The entire thing was a lie from the heart. I crossed my arm and scoffed. Am I supposed to be happy to meet you? How you feel about meeting me is irrelevant. Bella, the point is that we have met, and you know the truth. For what it's worth, this is nothing personal. If you want someone to blame, take it up with fate and circumstances. I felt like I was losing my mind. The pair of them sounded insane to me and I desperately wished to leave but remained transfixed for some reason. Do you have any idea how twisted this is? Why can't you just break up with me and go be with her? Yinka leaned forward and rose his voice to freezing level. Oh wow, Bella, what a genius idea. Oh, I never thought of that in the 10 plus years that Tony and I had been together. God, how did you get so smart? Tony walked over to him and laid a gentle hand on his shoulder as he fumed. He placed a hand over hers for a moment before he roughly shrugged her off. Let me make things clear. Since you refuse to leave La La Land, I love Tony. Have done since we have 14. Obviously, my father doesn't approve of her, but seems to think you will do. I am with you for the reason, but I can't leave her for that reason. My body started to shake, my mind spinning. So you are saying Yinka grinned at me. There you go. Now you are starting to get it. A sob caught in my throat. You can't do this with me. You don't own me. I chose you. I chose to be with you. I chose to leave you. He looked at his nail, then up at me. Leave me and do what? Go and be with that riffraff that punches me, the one you were with all night. My heart stopped. Excuse me. I know I know where you are at all times, Bella. To be honest, your hypocrisy right now is shocking to me. I am not a hypocrite, I muttered darkly. Oh, you could have fooled me. Anyway, you may leave now. Just pretend this never happened and I will see you at 3, as agreed. Moment passed as a rage I had never felt before switch across my chest. I will expose you. You won't get away with this. He shook his head and then glanced at Tony. Give her the sort of soft, tender smile he had never seen on him before. Babe, can you give me a minute? I will be with you soon. Tony stood up from the sofa, gave him a peck on the cheek, walked around me and then off to the office. When a few seconds had passed, Yinka looked at me. Expose me to whom? For what crime? All the blogs in this town should know that the much laundered Yinka Ayodeji is a two-timing psycho blackmailing an innocent woman into being in a relationship with him. He laughed out loud for a second. Two-timing cycle is like it. Has a ring to it. I guess you want to give this your expose to Lagos Villa. We owe the major shares in the parent publishing company Bella. All the major influencers and bloggers are on our payroll. So who is going to air your story? Besides, I feel like Tokumbo Ayo Kingston legal trouble is bigger news, especially for someone who is trying to select as a chairman for one of the biggest holding company on the continent. Not to mention, he has a daughter who once conspired to kidnap his youngest daughter out of jealousy. I mean, can you picture the meltdown when people find out that the woman that they have been admiring on social media is a common criminal? I swear on my feet, my vision temporarily going back. You seem shocked, poor Bella. I never get into anything with someone whose secret I don't have in my right hand. You can leave. This relationship won't end. It is clear to you now. At 3 p.m., I was sitting next to Yinka in the Bentley as agreed. It felt like there was a shred of ice in my chest, and I was finding it too hard to breathe properly. My world, my plan, my futures were all hanging in a balance. I was a puppet on a string being led along by Yinka. Let's go, he said to me. Try and look happy. This is a celebration. After all, there was a sick feeling in my gut when the door opened and a whole press crew descended. Flash bulbs bopping and questions being peppered at us. Inka looked on the top of the wall and I felt like a piece of dirt on his shoe. We navigated the red carpet, pictures and press taking images and interview of their power couple. Yinka's arm snaked around my waist, and I had to giggle and smile as if the incident had took place hours ago did not happen. For a mere introduction to me, the sitting was over the top, the decor was top-notch. It felt like being in a peach blossom forest. The food was Michelin level perfect, and the music was spectacular. The ashobi for the women in the family was sapphire blue French lace and with silver gele woven with thread of satin mixed with cotton. I was sat next to his mother, a quiet, unassuming woman who looked like she would have been happier in a remote village than being the wife of one of the wealthiest men in Africa. His other sister, Yawande, a highly regarded architect and interior design influencer, was on the table with us along with a host of cousins and family members. His father was on a separate table with dignitaries from all over the country. My dad was there on his table too, happy to be so well placed. The ceremony passed by a blur. My head was spinning and I had tried to call okay the moment I felt Yinka's office earlier. But he didn't pick up. I sent him a flurry of texts that also went unanswered. I was so confused I didn't know what to think. I had no idea what was real or not, he who was lying or telling the truth. A voice cut through my thoughts and then I looked up from my plate. It was Yinka on the decorated stage, his sister and the son of the senator she was marrying. Behind him, he was making a speech and people were laughing, fully engaged as usual. He truly was an incredible speaker. If only he wasn't rotten to the core. I am more than happy that my baby sister Yemisi is taking her first bold step into the world of marriage today. 3 years ago, I gave a toast when my elder sister Yawande got married. Today, I am doing the same. It is my fervent hope that this time next year, I will be the one on this stage preparing to enter a world I have happily and lovingly ushered my sister into. What was he trying to say? Was he planning to marry someone? Did he bring me here just to put a final nail on my humiliation? Just then, a spotlight in the ceiling swept across the room and landed on me. My heart stopped. I did not resume a steady beat as I watched Yinka walk over to me, armchaired, wolves and applause. My throat closed as he reached into his cream milk agbada and retrieved a velvet box. He knelt before me and opened the box. Inside was the most beautiful ring I had ever seen. It was a huge princess cut diamond set in a platinum band, and little diamonds stood all around it. It looked like something one would use to propose to a Hollywood celebrity. Bella, things past 4 months with you have made me believe in true love. Please make me the happiest man in the world by accepting to be my wife. The entire marquee seemed suspended in time. I looked into Yinka's eyes, image of scary, threatening person of a few hours ago in my mind, but entirely absent from the person looking back at me. Anyone would really believe that he loves me, but that I was the luckiest girl in the world. Most people were on their feet. I saw my father nodding and grinning from ear to ear, and Miss Ace a table away, and eyes brimming with tears. Yinka put the microphone close to my mouth. They didn't hear you, honey. He grinned. His smile stretched too much with the effort to make it look genuine. Had I spoken, what else was there to say but yes? I walked into the prison with eyes wide open. I might as well lock the door myself. Yes, I whispered, but the bombs around the room. Immediately I spoke. Confetti, flower and balloon rained from the ceiling and sound of horns ripped the air. He grabbed me from the chair and hugged me, spinning me round and around as the whole hall happily cheered. When he put me down again, my face was streaked with tears. The internet was abused all weekend. It was so bad I couldn't go online at all. We hardly ventured out. I called OK non-stop, but his phone were switched off. I tried all his friends, but they all had no idea where he was. They hadn't heard from him either. I wanted to go to this house, but knowing that all my moves were being monitored and the chief town carrier online was on my Air Force fiance payroll made it an unwise choice. I had to endure the silent congratulation, the joy, the expectation from my family. My father positively beamed with joy when he saw me after the proposal, wrapping me in a beard hug that lifted me up around the ground. I felt so sick to my stomach, but kept silent. I had to talk to Oke first before I knew what to do next, and he had disappeared and had no idea why and how to find him. After work on Monday, Vanessa rushed into my room. She flung herself at me and whooped, Bella, I am so happy for you. I am so glad you made the right choice all those months ago. See where you are now. Abeg, let me see the ring. I can't believe you didn't call me immediately after it happened. The likes on the photos from the proposal is nearly 1 million. She lifted my limp hand and peered at it like a graver robber holding a bejeweled corpse. When I didn't say anything, she finally looked at me properly. She pinched her nose, her face collapsed into a worried expression. Ha, Bella, what's wrong? Why do you like why do you like this thing? When last did you bath? Tears brimmed in my eyes as I looked at her. Okay is missing. What would have happened to him? What should I do, Van? I am so confused. She stared at me, then blinked multiple times. She pulled right she pulled her right earlobe. I am sorry. Whose name did you just call? Okay. Who? I drew a shaky breath. Van, all like Yin- why do you all like Yinka so much? Is it his money? But we are not broke. When he meets us, we are not begging for money. It is power. To do what? Did I ever say I want to be a political figure? Do you ever even recognize me as your friend from NYC? Vanessa's worry expression deepened. Baba, babe, what's going on? Did Yinka do something to you? I didn't know what to say. I just broke into deep sob as she held and comforted me. Minutes later, I composed myself and pulled away from her. I just need to find okay. I know you don't like him. I get it. But trust me, you are wrong about him. She sat silently before him and on the bed and sighed. She pulled out her phone. This news just broke my way here to you. I am sorry, Bella. Okay is everything. I think he is and possibly was. The web article was titled Lagos Big Boys Rira Wrapped on the Fraud Charge. It was on to say that he had been picked up at 2 p.m. on Saturday for an alleged financial misdemeanor. There was also mention of a false identity. There was no picture, thankfully, and his real name was not mentioned. When I looked at the website URL and saw Lagos Villa, along with the timing of the arrest, I knew just who had done this. Precarious future. Is it true Dapo signed down? Chapter 16. Precarious future. Is it true Dapo signed down the phone? Seems so. They came to the office this morning and cleared everything. Our accounts are frozen. His house had also been tapped. Bella, this is serious. I heard they took him to Abuja. If they can do this to a sitting senator's brother, it means that someone very powerful is behind this. He told me that he was going to lay low for a while, since he is okay, our business partner. He was sure they would come for him too. There was a small resort in Epe and that he and Oke purchased off the books months ago that the authority didn't know about. They had been planning to use this as a pilot project for their venture into the more family-friendly side of the hospital. I will be there and keeping an ear to the ground. If there is anything you can do on your end, please consider it, for all time's sake, even though you are now engaged to someone else. My despair multiplied after talking to Dapo. Inka was serious when he said I didn't know who I was messing with. I knew my family wouldn't lift a finger to help Oke, and after things between us soured, Auntie Linda had to keep her continued friendship with Mrs. A secret because her husband was furious with how his brother was treated. This meant an alliance between the Ayosting and the Okonkos to take on the Ayojedis was not likely. Deal with high-profile family has taught me one thing. You are only as useful as your bargaining chips. Blackmail, trading loyalties, backstabbing and deception. These were the things that got one head in this world. But right now I was on the losing end. Yinka had all the chips. I had done. A miserable week went by where I continued to smile and follow the schedule and do as I was told. Then Victor informed me that Yinka was coming into town for a Photoshop and interview with Lack Lifestyle, the biggest glossy paper in the nation. I was expected to show up at his hostel suite for the photo section and a Q&A afterward. Yinka said to make sure you wear your ring, Victor said before he hung up. I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to be on set on time. When I got there, there was a small army of stylists, photographers, videographers, and makeup artists running around getting things ready. My heart stuck at the sight. If only I was engaged to the man I truly love, and all this was not a nightmare. Hours passed and Yinka finally showed up. I had taken all my solo shots and answered the journalist's question according to the script Victor had given me. The minute Yinka walked in, electricity ran through me. I was so angry just looking at him, knowing what he was doing and getting away with, especially as I was powerless to stop him. After the joint shot, he pulled me into his bedroom, closed the door behind us. I stood there in a costured dress, feeling absolutely crushed. He glanced at me, so I feel like I should say sorry. What? He fixed his gaze on me and continued. I was so hard on you last week, especially knowing I was going to propose. You probably think I am a monster, and that's not a great way to start a marriage. What the hell is he saying? Is that why you had okay picked up because you are sorry and you're not a monster? I am a man securing my investment. It's not my fault that the man you are risking it all for is a criminal. He is not a criminal. Everyone has a past. People change and learn from their mistakes. Ha! So you should have no trouble giving me a chance then. After all, people change, so can I. I was incensed. You, a man who is in love with one woman and trapping another in a loveless marriage, the one flexing his power by getting his rival arrested instead of facing him like a real man. How can you change? And into what? He looked at me for a second. Behold, he laughed. You are right. I won't change. Why would I? I am not a criminal, and I have everything any man might want. But I have to correct you about something. Our marriage won't be loveless. You might have feeling for that Raffin now, but that does not mean you won't grow to love me. Nor does it mean I don't love you because I have Tony. My eyes widen. You are crazy and you are naive. When we marry, we will have children. We will raise them together and we will make love. The world will be ours. The little rebellion of yours will be history. You will be a queen by my side, but you would rather leave all that to be with a small fry who has to make dodgy financial idea to afford a meal. Come off it. And is this fantasy of yours? Where is Tony been? Where she had always been, in the shadow, but by my side, everything she now has, I gave her. She is humble, grateful, and loyal. She won't be a problem for you or us. I scoffed with disgust, walking as close as to him as I could to relate. Release, okay, immediately. If you don't, you will be marrying an heir. At this point, I would rather die than marry you. I played, and the only bargaining chip that I had and left this suit without any word. 2 days later, I got a call from a private number. Dawn had broken and I had only just fallen asleep after a fitful night. Hello, I said. Bella Edapo, We need to meet as soon as possible. My heart leaped into my throat. What was happening now? What had Yinka done? I stammered. What is he? Can you drive down to Epe? Just take the expressway. Use Google Map if you are unsure. I will call you again in 2 hours. I hurried, showed, showered and dressed in a linen pants and a white blouse. I packed a small overnight bag with essentials and rushed out of the house. Before I wake up with the key, I jumped into my car and headed down the Lekki Airport Expressway until my phone told me I had arrived. I tried Dapo's line, then OK's. No answer. I drove around the town, the edge of my city with worried and a text come in. It was an address to the beachfront hotel on the outskirts of town. After a 20-minute drive, I arrived across a charming beachfront was a small collection of beach-style huts on stilts. It looks like a lot of work was being done to renovate the space in recent time, but the work had ground to a halt. There was a small sign to the entrance. It said, Bella's Place. My heart broke as I walked past it. I saw a small rectangular hut, separated from the rest that looks like an office. I headed there and knocked on the wooden door. It opened and behind a leaner-looking Dapo was okay. He had a beard and his afro was knocked and twice the usual size. He seems darker, more muscular and haggard. I flinged myself into his arm and sobbed, saying sorry over and over. Be gentle. He gently pulled me away. Why are you sorry, babe? You did not. You didn't do anything wrong. I sniffed. Bryce, I sniffed. Yes, I did. If only I never agreed to date that troubled man in the first place, none of this would have been happening. He stroked my face, then I drew into his lap. You shouldn't be taking responsibility for the things you have no control over. I pushed you into his arm. Why? What they arrest me for, I did. So what did you do wrong? I am just sorry that it all happened. You don't deserve this, I cried. Maybe I do. Maybe it's karma. I told you before, I am a good guy. It happened only once and it was because I was under intense pressure at that time. I got an opportunity to facilitate a transaction for a guy I knew wasn't 100% legit. I did get involved with and I got a cut. I was young and stupid. I regretted it immediately and I have earned every single kobo honestly since then. But something can be washed away so easily. The international passport in another name was a silly idea when I first got out expelled from uni. My brother seized my passport trying to monitor my movement and I desperately wanted to leave the country. In my desperation, I got another passport under an alias, but Dapo convinced me that we could make it there and didn't have to run away from my mistake, so I decided to stay. I never even used the dime thing and I regret ever getting it in the first place. I nodded and hugged him again, happy just to see him alive. Then it hit me. Wait, how are you? How are you here? Why did they release you? His smile dropped and his eyes darkened. Bella, I am afraid I have some bad news. What is it? I made a deal, my heart flipped. With whom? They agreed to drop and bury all charges if I agreed never to contact you again. I jumped off this slab in horror. How could you? What were you thinking? For the first time I saw tears in his eyes, his voice breaking. I love you so much, Bella, but these people are truly terrible. They have something on everyone I know. My mother, my aunt, your dad, your grandmother. If I didn't take the deal, your wall and mine would have been destroyed. I had to make a hard choice, an impossible one. I wept. You should have let our wall burn. All these people are going to do nothing while you're rotting away in custody. How would you give up to the safe? So I am not giving you up. I am buying time. They had frozen my account and taken all I had. How could I fight back on my knee? Your marriage is still next year. It gives me time to plan properly. That man is a monster. I will never let you marry him. I drove back to Lekki with films of tears, excluding my vision on my waist was Oke's gold bracelet, the one he told me he purchased when he hit it big. That is a brand new car on my wrist, he used to joke. Now he explained that he had used it as a way to keep some wealth aside in case anything happened to his business. I am giving this to you, Bella, for safekeeping. It's all I have left. It's a promise that I won't betray you. I will come back for you. It might not be a flashy diamond ring, but it's a symbol of my heart and trust in you. When I got home, it was already evening. As I walked past the hallway, heading tiredly for the stairs, I heard mute conversation and laughter. One of the voice sounded like my father. I walked into the dining room and was shocked to see him sat across from Yinka. We were not scheduled to meet today. I didn't even know he was in Lagos. According to the itinerary, he was supposed to be in London. What's going on? They both looked at me. My father beamed as he intended to do these days, and Yinka smiled, threw up his hand. Surprised I came to spend some time with you and end up having a lonely dinner with my father-in-law. He winked. Oh, sorry, I was at the beach all day. I chuckled slightly. Life of leisure and all. My dad waved my explanation away. Come sit, join us. We were talking about something very important anyway. Before I headed over, I swiftly took off the bracelet and put it in my pocket. Important? Dad, did you know I don't like politics and stuff? Yinka laughed. Nothing politics about sitting a wedding date, right? My heart stopped as I sat down. Yinka looked at me, his ribose lips moving as words fell out of it. Apart from the fact that I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you, I am also considering the timing of it all. Your dad is about to become a really businessman. It is best to do this now. And Yinka said, his voice cajoling and stroppy. I think Yinka is right, but we want to run it by you first. Don't feel it. If you want to wait, it is fine, darling. It's your day and it should happen when you want it to, my dad added. I see, I murmured. I knew that was already decided. They were merely letting me know after the fact. We are aligned, Yinka said, placing an unwanted hand on mine. Sure, what month were you thinking of? December, or I was thinking more like next month. Next month? What the hell? There must have been panic on my face before my dad leaned forward with a concerned voice. Bella, I have been thinking about how young you are to be stepping into not just marriage but a prominent public role too. I worry that it might be too much for you, but I have seen how well Yinka treats you, and I believe you will be safe. You will be in safe hands. You have all the time in the world once you are married to catch your breath. I was proud of myself because I was putting on the act of my life. The man my father trusts so much was a charming devil. He was none the wiser. He was selling me into hell, but he was telling me that it was good and a noble righteous thing. After dinner, there was a conference call with Yinka's dad, and when it was over, the date was set for a Saturday 2 months away, a September wedding. The fairy grandmother. Once the button was punched and a date was set, things started moving in lightning speed. There were endless consultations with wedding planners, stylists, publicists, decorators, and photographers. If my life hadn't felt like mine in the past week, now it was completely overtaken. I felt like I was a stationary object surrounded by other bodies moving so rapidly they were like a blurry within 2 weeks. I had been to London to see a Lebanese designer for my dress fitting. I had been to Qatar to select jewelry. The flower of the 3 days event were coming from Kenya. I spoke to Victor up to 10 times a day and saw other people even more than my own reflection. The whole time I wondered whether it was just not too late. How was Okechukwu going to stop this? Yinka had tricked him once again, getting him to take a deal that moved the wedding, making it possible for him to regroup. Since he was in an upper and offline, he couldn't reach him, and I have no idea if he even knew that the wedding had been moved up. On a Monday morning, 5 weeks before the wedding, the Duchess called me over to the villa for breakfast. Since I moved out, she has stayed in the periphery of things, never mending, not saying much, and all that was happening. My heart had become conflicted over hers. Ordinarily, I would have run over to her, hold on to everything, and like the goddess she was, know that she would have things happen to rescue me. But the stake being the family name for fortune, I wasn't so sure. That made me sad because I had come to love her very much, but love would never be enough for her. In this scenario, to the writing, for our breakfast meet-up, I wore a yellow sundress with capped sleeve and white platform shoes. My hair had been newly styled and I had pale earring on my ears. In the last mirror check before I left, I saw a wealthy, dirty, 30-something version of myself looking back at me. When I walked into the front room where a table laden with more food than people could afford to eat, people could comfortably eat, my grandmother took one look at me and exclaimed, "Bella, where did you get such a frumpy dress?" I laughed despite myself. "Grandma, this is very expensive." She made a face. "I highly doubt that, unless it was made by some intern. Anyway, sit down, darling," she said. I sat beside her and gave her a hug. She then moved to the seat opposite and started to load my plate. For a brief moment, it felt like used to it used to when she and I lived together in peace for years. Before Ekochukwu, before Yinka. "How is your wedding prep going?" "Great, the dress is being made. The cake is being designed. The venue is being renovated. The introduction is in 2 weeks and the also okay for the introduction dress has been." I wasn't asking about the wedding itinerary, Bella. I mean, how are you feeling about being married soon? Are you happy? I bit into a croissant to stop myself from sounding sad, talking with food in my mouth, something I knew my grandmother hated. Of course, who wouldn't be happy in my shoe? My wedding dress designer is the most hottest commodity right now. There is usually a wait list, but he shifted some celebrity to accommodate me. I rambled, chewing and gesticulating. The Duchess leaned back and forward her chair. Are you really going to make me drag it out of you? I laughed nervously. Drag? Grandma, that's so Gen Z of you. She ignored my weak joke. You really want to marry a man that is blackmailing you? How do you think he is going to be once you are married? My mouth swung open. Tears sprang to my ears. How? The Duchess calmly wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Ever since that horrid little boy you met at NYC deceived you, I knew that I would have to be involved, one way or the other, in your love life. You have a good heart, and most men in the world are wolves who would eat you for breakfast after that rascal showed up at my house, lovesick and brilliant. I knew immediately what was going on and heard him looked into the dossier your father showed you. I gave it to him. I spluttered. Grandma, how could you? Why is everyone in my life so shady and full of secret? Do you guys ever stop plotting? She smiled worryingly at me. But I admit, I silently disjudged the rascal. 3 days ago, I received a package with a flash drive. There were pictures and records of the conversation he had with your fiancé on it. I saw behind the guy I saw behind the nice guy's mask that man wear and realized I could not allow you supposed wed I will not allow your supposed wedding go on further. Power power means a lot to me, but I can never sit back and allow an up and comer to take advantage of my own flesh and blood. The relief I felt flooding in my blood was medicinal. I felt light and hairy all of a sudden, and I almost jumped out of joy. But Grandma, he has information on everyone while this and his family's secret are unknown. We have no bargaining power. He could ruin us, ruin Dad and even you. How could we ever recover? Think of all that you have built over the years. Can we really pull it off? Can I really break this engagement without destroying everything? There is something you don't know, Bella. Professor Ayudeji and I have known each other for decades. I am slightly older, but we have a history, and I don't want to get into right now. The important thing for you to know is that when your father made his bad financial decision a few years ago, I went to him for help. He played a big role in getting the issue resolved, but we gave him shares in our holding to make that happen. All this while your father has effectively been working for Professor Ayodeji. His becoming chairman of OA Holding will be a way to regain control of his businesses and free himself and us from their hold. But the Ayodejis got greedy. They have my son, and now they want my granddaughter too. I was aware of the orchestrated meeting between you two. Your stepmother was against it, but she hoped that your affair with the rascal will make a relationship between you and Yinka a non-starter. Once you meet, he seems to get along. Everyone breathed a sign of relief, believing that the fate was running its course. My jaw dropped. Did she just say what I thought she said? You all had a hand in this. You all conspired to set me up with this monster. Even my stepmom, who I trusted with. Sit down. Bella, stop yelling. Angela did not betray you. She took a calculated risk. You know she cares about you. All your parent did was to orchestrate a meeting. The rest was all your doing. No, it wasn't. As soon as I meet Yinka, the whole world, both offline and online, positively screamed at me, telling me how good we looked together, how great his prospects were, and I had little choice in all this. I wailed. You could have chosen to walk away at any point, Bella. No one forced you to reduce all men in Lagos to two terrible choices. You did that. You could have walked away from both men. You are the one who decided to select one over the other. Okay is not a terrible choice, Grandma. Maybe on paper, but he is a good person. But is he the only good person you will ever meet? You are 23. You have a lifetime to find someone who is not just perfect for you, but good for his family. It doesn't have to be either of these two men, but because you thought that way, you made the wrong decision. You should have chosen yourself. If I taught you nothing, at least the lesson should have struck. Choose yourself away above any man, because they always do exactly that. Okay, sign a deal never to see you again. Yinka is doing all this not for love but for his own selfish interest. Learn this lesson now and learn it well. I shook my head. So many things collided in my brain. The next zo out of my mouth surprised me, even me. This was how you persuaded my mom to leave Dad. She sat back and gave me a hard stare. What do you mean? I mean, I had grown up without a father. My mom lived in a lonely, loveless life after you gave her money to get lost. Was this how you framed it for her? Was it how you framed it for her? That she should choose life over everything? She regarded me in silence and for several moments before she responded. I can't say for sure why your mother made the choice that she did, and I make no apologies for presenting her with options, but from what I know, I can tell. Your mother chose freedom, not money like you think, over love. She chose not to have her life directed by someone even though she loved your father. It was not worth the sacrifice to her. Could it be true? Was it freedom my mom wanted? If that was the case, why she why was she so unhappy most of her life? I love okay, Grandma. You might not like him, but I don't blame you. But I chose him. I don't want to spend the rest of my life looking for what I already have. Trust me on this. Neither has character traits that are ideal in the long time. Yinka might be domineering, but okay has problem managing his emotion. But for now, let's focus on making sure this wedding does not hold. It's why okay contacted me, and in that we are aligned. Your father has no idea about what's going on, and I want you to keep up appearance. Trust me when I say I will move the earth to protect my family. The Ayojadis will not win this, not while I am alive. Chapter 18. The Shift. Our introduction held a month before the wedding, and it was an even grander affair than his sister's, whose wedding now took second place to her brother and was being touted as a destination wedding to be set in Bali. Over 300 guests filled the grounds of my parents' house that day, and the image from the set of the exotic flower, indoor waterfall, the clothes we wore, the dance troupe, the superstars music who surrounded us went viral. Vanessa was going to be my maid of honor, and she was beside me the whole time, showing me all the trending topic and image on her photo. I was startling how good Yinka and I looked together. His Yoruba cap tilted to the side, his caramel skin and luxurious beard made him look like a king with his beautiful young bride by his side. I didn't know it before my experience was teaching me how deceiving appearance can be. I wonder where Tony was and how she felt. I wonder about okay. But in the end, the day went as planned. and no one stopped the tragic train from leaving the station. By 10 p.m., the last of the guests had gone and my father and stepmom had gone to bed. I was exhausted and stood under the shower for what felt like forever. But the warm water could not wash away the ick feeling on my skin. I stepped back into the room and was shocked to see Yinka waiting for me. I wrapped my hand defensively over my robe. "What are you doing here?" He laughed and stood up from the city. "We are practically married." "Well, are you hoping to keep denying me what is mine?" I spluttered. "Yes, I will, until my last breath." He rolled his eyes. "You know, I like you. On paper, you are perfect, young, beautiful, smart, from a noble family, not overly ambitious, ladylike, and without a colorful past. But you are a tad dramatic for my taste. We will have to look into that once the ink dries." "Look, are you here just to threaten and ogle me? Because I am tired and want to sleep alone in peace while I still can. I am here to tell you to warn your grandmother not to mess with me. I respect her, but that won't stop me from meeting her whenever she wants to take this." My mouth fell open. "What did you just say to me?" "You heard me. A word is enough for the wise," and all that. I was so shocked to speak. This man was threatening a woman old enough to be his grandmother, who was miles above him in every way, and so casual too. The moment he left, I got dressed in a hurry and picked up my phone to call her. "Grandma, we have a problem," I said. "What's going on? It is Yinka." "Yes, don't say any word. We don't want any airdroppers catching on. Come and see now." I drove quickly to the villa and told her that he said to me. She reassured me that there were no concrete plans as yet. This threat showed his desperation. He will sleep up soon, and then you can catch him. Don't worry." By the time I arrived back home, it was already midnight. I headed for the front door and got the shock of my life when Yinka stepped out from the shadow. "What? Why are you still here?" When a man set a trap, he has to come back to check what it has caught. "And Bella," he turned and looked his head. "Seems like I have caught something big." I blinked multiple times and clutched my chest. "I have no idea what you mean." "You know, I had been thinking this was all too easy. A man that punched me over nothing months ago will just quietly give up and go away as told. Sure, I made it so that it is now penniless and has no connection to leverage on, since I made sure that his brother's hands are tied. But my instinct kept telling me that something was afoot. The only person who could help you was your grandma, but I have no evidence, and you just gave it to me though. Thanks a lot. You are delusional." She forgot something and I took it back too. He lounged forward and grabbed my wrist, twisting his hands and pulling my skin. Don't freaking lie to me. Tell me all she is planning, or I swear I will make your life a living hell." "Yinka, let go of my hand. You are hurting me." I heard footsteps and Yinka must have to because he released his grip. But it's too late. The gold bracelets Oke gave me and the tightness of Yinka's hand have rubbed my wrist red raw. There is 2 bloodline welts around it. "Bella, is that you?" "It's my dad. He often comes out here to smoke since Miss M.A. doesn't allow it in the house anymore, for the kids' sake, not to mention the expensive chair set. Dad, I said as casual as the fear and pain in my heart could allow. I rounded the corner and looked at me, then at Yinka. Are you okay? Of course, Dad. Why wouldn't I be? I thought I heard raised voices, he said, coming closer. I saw his eyes drop on my wrist and swiveled over to Yinka. What is this? Who did this to you? Yinka immediately stepped forward. That's why I was berating her, sir. She shouldn't have been out at this hour. Some hoodlums tried to steal her jewelry. My dad looked skeptical. Hoodlums? This isn't Mushin, for God's sake. Where were you? I was shaking all over and my dad stepped forward to wrap his arm around me. I went to get something from Grandma. It happened on the way back. You mean to tell me this happened in Ikoyi? That's not possible. I was shocked when she called me to, sir. Yinka smoothly lied. I have warned you about your going out by yourself at night. There are 3 drivers that live in this house, and at least one is always available. You could have sent any one of them tonight. I hope they didn't hurt you any more than this. No, Dad, and they couldn't get anything from me. Some car were approaching, so they ran away. Bella, you must tell me exactly what happened and where. I will get the commissioner to send some of his men to raid the area tomorrow. Anyone they find whom as much as fits the description of these so-called hoodlums, they would rot in jail for the rest of his life. He gently pulled me against him and started to head back to the house. Then he remembered Yinka standing there and said over his shoulder, "Thank you, Yinka. It's late. You should be on your way now." Apparently, our neighborhood is no longer safe. So let us know when you get home. Okay, sir. Good night, Bella. Take it easy, okay? We headed back into the house together, and I was buzzed with worry that my father might overheard our conversation, even though he gave nothing away. After some first aid administered by a shocker and bewildered Miss A, I held up to be bed, stunned that my dad did not at least find it odd how Yinka was suddenly calling him sir instead of Mr. Ayokington like he usually did. The wedding planner sent over a ton of lookbooks for the hall and ground, and I was skimming disinterestedly through them when Rosemary came to tell me that I had a guest. I was in no mood to talk to anyone, so I asked who it was. Mrs. Adetoyin, ma. She said her name is Tony. The nerves and the audacity. Why was she here? To threaten me? To butter me up after Yinka have told her about the violent episode between us? There was only one way to find out, but I would be damned if I let her set foot inside my house. I told Rosemary to direct her to the gazebo and bring us some refreshment. Then I took my sweet time showing up. When I got there, she was dressed the way I now know is Yinka's taste. She had on a blousy shirt tucked into a fringed shirt, all feminine pastel tone. Her lipstick was pale pink and her eyes lined with coil. She looked pretty but bristled. She had been crying all night. To what do I owe the displeasure of your visit? She smiled weakly. I have come to tell you my side of things. Ever since that day at Tinker's office, I have been bothered by the way you looked at me, at what you must think of this whole thing. You are the least of my worries, Tony, and unless what you have to say can help untangle me from this mess, I don't think I am interested. Just hear me out. You can decide after all if what I have to say is useful or not. Figuring hard Figuring I had nothing to lose and hoped that she would inadvertently give me a ace against Yinka, I sat down. Speak, I said dismissively. You heard Yinka say that we have been together since we were 14, right? Well, it's sort of true. I am actually the daughter of the housekeeper who served them for many years. She was she was a live-in caretaker and we had a one-room flat in their BQ. That is how we met. For me, it was love at first sight. Yinka was a lonely kid. You might see him as a monster now, but he wasn't like that. The pressure of his position and his father, who is the real demon, made him this way. He was my first kiss, my first lover, my everything. When we were 21, his father caught us together and effectively barred our relationship. I tried to move on and he did too, but we kept finding our way back to each other, and his father kept breaking us apart. Eventually, we got better at hiding our relationship, but the whole thing has made him so hard. Being with him is now difficult for me too, because he is in such pain, especially as his father had told him that he would disown him if he doesn't marry you as planned. Ah, so that is why he is in such a hurry. It all made sense, but how was this information going to help me? Perhaps if I told the Duchess, she would know what to do. I looked at Tony, who was waiting for me to say something with the most hopeful expression on her face. Tony, I am not what you think I can do. I am not sure what you think I can do for you. I am as trapped as he is. I would give anything to trade places with you, but you know I can't. I know this is crazy for me to say, but I don't know what happened to me if Yinka truly marries you. I am not sure I can handle it after all these years together. I can I came here to tell you that I will help you in any way I can to make sure that this wedding doesn't happen. I wanted to be sure that we are on the same page and that you haven't somehow fallen in love with him along the way. Love? No, impossible. She smiled and stood up. Thank you for your time, Bella. I hope fate prevails and we both get what we want, she said before turning around to leave. Chapter 9. A Bird on a Wire. It was the last Sunday before the wedding. I had stopped being able to sleep at night and started a nasty habit of chewing my nail to bite. After my last encounter with Yinka, we had seen each other and mostly communicated through Victor. My grandmother still had not revealed her grand plan even after I told her about Tony's visit. The rest of my family, not to mention the anonymous people waiting for the wedding of the decade with bad bread on social media, were none the wiser. My head was full of crazy thoughts since I was so sleep deprived. I thought of running away and leaving a note. I thought of faking an ailment that would require me to stay on bed rest for a few weeks, but instead I did nothing except worry myself to near death. Early that morning, as I rounded up another sleepless night for watching the sunrise, my phone buzzed. It was a private number. Meet me in Bella's place. I jumped out of bed and immediately went to shower because we know we were being monitored. Message very rarely came in from Epa, so I knew it had to be something big if he was asking to come to see him. I told Miss A that I was going to the beach for some R&R, and she happily waved me off. In Epa, one of the beach huts that was now fully renovated, I saw Okay again. The minute I stepped into the room, I saw him. My heart melted. He looked much more than the last time. He stood up from the desk he was sitting behind and walked towards me. I didn't let him speak when we met halfway across the room. I threw my arms around him and kissed him deeply. We made out for several minutes until he had to pull me off him. This isn't a booty call, Bella. You are getting married in a week. We have to move fast, he said, wiping my lipstick off with his small laugh. I groaned and threw my bag on the sofa. Why did you have to remind me? Babe, I got tired of waiting for other people whose lives are not on the line to help us. I called you here because I have come up with a plan. I perked up. For real? What is it? He sat down on the sofa, then stood before me like a thesis student defending their project. I thought long and hard about this, and it's the only way, he said. This is the one thing Yinka has in his hand as a blackmailing tool. Our secret. Exactly. He has us right where he wants us because we are afraid of being exposed to the world. But what if we took that away from him? My eyes widened. You don't mean? I mean exactly that. I have some audio footage of Yinka from when I was in detention. I also have some photos of the girl you told me he is seeing. I had one of my guys dig that up based on what you had told me last month. I will give all of that evidence and have a sit-down interview with one of my media guys from back in the days. He is not on your people's He is not on your people's payroll. Don't worry. He based in America, which is even better for us because the G's will be international. In the meantime, you and I will sneak into Cotonou, then fly to New York together. I am ready to buy the ticket. We will stay in America whole thing as the whole thing blew up, lay low until it dies down, and then we will think of coming back to start afresh in like 5 years. I let the whole thing run through my mind for a second as he looked at me expectantly. But at least half of this secret are criminal case. My dad could go to jail. So could I, and you too. I will only give enough information about the case that will make it hard to prosecute, but easy to believe. Besides, your involvement in Dooney's kidnap cannot be proven. It is a mere allegation. Your stepmother half-brother is gone. The letter you wrote was destroyed. Look, I know it's risky and you are scared. I am too. But then I realized that's exactly what people like Yinka back on. If he loves that Tony woman like you think he does, he won't risk his father falling out about their arrangement and destroying it. I just feel like this sounds great in theory, but might not work in practice. I have tried to run away from a mess I made before. They found me and brought me back within hours. Besides, let's say we succeed. What about the ones we left behind? Your brother, my dad? Would they feel betrayed? Furthermore, what would we even do in America for 5 years? Bella, has your father ever asked if you truly love Yinka or if he makes you happy? Did my brother stop to think of having on one to guide us? No one to guide me could have contributed to my problem over the years. See, my brother is a powerful man. He will be fine, and Ayo Kingston is going to jail. You and I know that. Our families will be fine. They might lose some material things which can be replaced. Your future, on the other hand, is priceless. I had no argument there, so I kept quiet. As for what we could do in America, leave that to me, Bella. I can take care of you. You will never have to worry about a meal. We will never have to worry about a meal, a roof over our head, and whatever clothes you will need to buy. I plan to get a college degree, and if you want, you could go back to school too, or take your time to figure out what to do. I was stunned. You don't have to get a college degree if you don't want to. I know I put you under pressure about that, but after what I have been through, I don't care about that anymore. Bella, I am not going back to school for you. I am doing it because I realize now that it is something I always wanted to do, but my ego stood in the way. What do you say? Come with me. This mess has never ours to begin with. Let's leave it to the owners to clean it. And what about this? Will you just abandon it? He laughed. Seriously, fine. Dapo will run it. We are business partners, remember. Any other question, MS investigator? I laughed too, almost I was still on ease. My next question was a whisper. What about money? How will we live in America? He signed in exasperation. I am a man and you are my woman. You won't ever lack. Trust me and stop worrying. I am just scared, Bella. The alternative is a life with Yinka. Whatever is scaring you now is nothing compared to the nightmare to come. I will book the ticket and send you the itinerary. He sat next to me and wrapped me in his arm. Trust me, Bella, just this once. Have faith in me. At midnight, my phone beeped. I had been sitting in my room staring at my box for 2 hours, confused about what to do. For the first time in a long time, I didn't want to call anyone, not Vanessa or the Duchess or anybody, to tell me what to do. I wanted to listen to my own heart, but it was going crazy and leading me nowhere. I knew what I loved, okay, and would follow him anywhere. And that I loathed Yinka and all he stood for. But I remembered how close my dad and I were, how he pulled me from the abyss after my mother passed. I thought about Keaton and Dooney, who are too young to follow what the world is like, and how devastated I would be if my father were to end up in jail because I did something selfish and thoughtless. I had already nearly jeopardized the family once before, and even though I felt like my father was essentially selling me off to further his own ambition, I also knew that he was clueless to as what the price of the chairmanship of the OA holding really was. I looked at my phone in a daze. It was a message from the private line. Okechukwu had booked us 2 tickets out of Cotonou Kajonhun International Airport for Monday night. He was serious. My heart suddenly felt like a stone in my chest. I can't run away like this. I had to stay and fight. I had to outsmart my enemies, not try to overrun them. I left my mom and headed to my dad and Miss A's room. I knocked on the door and waited. When she opened it, Miss A looked like she had been in deep sleep. Bella, what's going on? I heard my dad walk up to us. He stood behind his wife, a worried expression on his face. I took a shaky breath. I am sorry it took me so long to tell you guys this. There is something about Yinka you don't know. After I told my dad everything, he sat on the edge of the bed looking devastated. Miss A looked shell-shocked, and I was not even bothered to tell them about the Duchess' involvement. As we spoke, another message from OK came in. The private jet hired service Dapo had arranged for us was due to leave at 6 a.m. and arrived in Benin Republic by 1 p.m. There, we would wait in a short-day motel until our flight at night. We have to stop OK from doing this reckless thing. One of the allegations against him is his use of multiple identities, as if he booked tickets using an assumed name and illegal password. It is suicide mission destined to bring us all down. My father said. He looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. You did the right thing, Bella. I am so proud of you and disappointed in myself and the way I have behaved. I should have known something was off that night when I saw you two at the gays ball, but I suppressed my instinct. It's okay, Dad. He deceived me too for a while, but right now I just want to save OK from himself. I know he mean well, but he is basically cutting off his nose in spite of his face at this point. I said, exactly, he said, and sprang into action. Bella, let's head to your agreed pickup point. And Angela called Barrister Femi and have him draft a case and desist later to OK's blogger friend. If he doesn't work, he should stall him for the least 24 hours. We headed out together to Ikeja where I was to meet OK. The entire ride, my stomach was twisted in knots and I could barely breathe. No matter how gentle I explained my reason, this would feel like a betrayal to OK. And for someone who had a complex about not being enough, it might be a deep, painful wound he wouldn't easily recover from. The driver found a good place to park after paying a small fee. We waited in the car together until another message came in. Bella, where are you? I am waiting. I showed my dad the message. He suggests I go in alone to meet him and try to talk him out of leaving. I will be waiting here for you if you need me. I hurried into the premises of the hotel where we were supposed to meet, my heart racing. I looked around. There were a few cars parked on the compound. I spotted the black-tinted Holland Accord he had described to me. By this point, it was 15 minutes to 6. He must have spotted me at the same time, because he got out of the back seat, a tight, worried expression on his face as I walked towards him. When our eyes met, he rolled over mine and laden with confusion. Bella, what's going on? Where are your bags? I took a deep breath, a lump in my throat. I can't, OK? No, Bella, no, don't do this. Why are you doing this? I sobbed. I am sorry, babe. We will be heading into a hotter hell if we take this route. Right now we are emotional, upset and feel wrong, but this is not right. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous? Or being with a notorious criminal like me is worse than married to a psychotic rich boy, right? So long as your family benefit and everyone you know is fine, right? So you make a fool of me. I am doing this to protect you. The passport you are trying to get out of the country with is flagged. They will arrest us at border control the minute we try to board an international flight. I know you are upset, but we need to think things through. He laughed bitterly. Bella, I bet you told your dad about this, didn't you? I started to stammer, but then I saw the direction of his gaze and turned around. It was my dad. He was standing right behind us. He came to where we were and stood beside him. I was going to let Bella handle this alone, but I thought better of it. Young man, I have made no secret of what I think of you, and this crazy stunt just underscores my belief that you are too hot-headed for my daughter. I admitted I misjudged the situation and caused you both a lot of trouble, but this is not the way. You can't punish lurid story and think you have won. Reputation is worth much more than gold. OK nodded and looked at me, the pain in his eyes lashing through me. So you have killed the story. I shook my head as tears freely fall. I had no choice. Stop. Don't you dare lie to me. You now, not after what you have done. Young man, don't talk to. With all due respect, sir, You have lost the moral right to caution me after signaling Bella up for a life of mystery. I might be many things, but I am not a spineless coward. I love Bella and was willing to risk it all for her. I lost my reputation, my business, my home, and most of all, what I owe. I could have left this country on my own with my tail between my legs and conceded a loss if that bastard she is being forced to marry was truly a better man than me. But you want to lecture me on what ground? What have you done to protect her? What have you sacrificed? My father was speechless. I stared at the two most important men in my life, the only ones that I love, and felt heartbroken by what has happened to us. If only we have been after we have been left alone to figure things out, none of this would have been happening, and I wouldn't have to feel like I betrayed one man to save the other. You are right. I am going to fix things with the Ayodeji, but that does not make this act of heroism any heroism less foolish. Bella and I are going to leave now. I suggest you don't live in that car, but if you do, I wish you good luck. Thank you for trying to love my daughter. My dad turned around to leave and I stood helplessly before a cave, knowing it might be the last time that I saw him. I reached for my wrist and unclinched the bracelet from around it. I no longer felt as if I deserved what a symbol of his promise to me. I stretched it out towards him. He hesitated for a few seconds, then snatched it from my grasp and shoved it into his pocket. I watched as he walked away, and I knew without a doubt that my life would never be the same. Chapter 20. Poison Chalice. There was no time to mourn. I spent the 3 days after we last saw each other constantly checking my phone for a message saying that he had changed his mind, that he understood, or that he had arrived safely. But I heard nothing. The blogs were merely raving about Inka and I's upcoming wedding and the recently released crop of pre-wedding photos. There was nothing about anyone being apprehended with a false passport. Nothing about Lagos big boy. Rari, nothing about the man whose heart I had broken. Dapo was understandably upset by now. I heard his friend and was not forthcoming when I called him. He just told me that he didn't know where OK was, but I knew that was not true. The night before the wedding, I felt haggard and looked worse. The artistry of my makeup team really came to bear because they managed to make me beautiful even though I felt like dead warm over the head over and had bags up and had back under my eyes. There was one last dinner before the big day, and the floor-length forest green and gold Ellie sap dress made of silky that I had on looked breathtaking but might as well have been an orange jumpsuit considering how I feel. I don't know if I can go through with this. The thought of sitting beside Yinka and posing for picture make me sick to my stomach, I said to Miss A as we headed to the grand ballroom of the hotel for the dinner. She held my hand. I understand how difficult this must be for you. When your father and I about to marry, I had a severe case of cold feet. An ex whom I believe could have been the one who got away came for me the night before. I nearly left your dad at the altar. Later he told me that he was just as afraid, but he had made me a promise and decided to keep it. It's true what they said about the path to true love. This is the roughest portion of your journey, but try and believe it will all work out even though things seem to blink right now. I gave her a weak smile and looked out the window, watching the sign as I drove towards my inevitable destiny. My father had gone to talk to Professor Ayodeji, offering to step down from the chairmanship run in exchange to a delay to the wedding, but that had not gone well. It was too late. We got to the venue and Mrs. A went in alone, while I waited for Yinka in a reception room that led directly to the hall. My dad was already in the hall, seated with the VVIPs
At
at
their
the table.
table, all the guests at the pre-wedding dinner were the most elite and closest members of both family social circles. The dress code was ballroom and people came ready to stun. There were tuxedos and elaborate ball gowns. The red carpet studded with photographers, a rotating plinth for panoramic clips, and a full orchestra playing classical music as guests arrived. In the hall, the theme was the Renaissance, and to complement it, the decor featured deep maroons, grey, and black tones, and model painted ivory to mimic statues from the period positioned in different sections of the hall. Yinka and I walked in together to rousing music. He had on a velvet tuxedo and bow tie, and when we met at the door to the hall, he grinned at me. Ready? The sick feeling in my stomach surged, and I could not respond. He held out his arm, and I looked mine around it. Somehow I smiled through it, and we found our way to our seat. As each item on the program started and finished, I found myself wishing more and more for anything to happen. Even an alien invasion, something catastrophic that would save me where all else had failed. But everything was going smoothly. Just before midnight, it was time for Yinka to give the closing speech. He stood up confidently, stepped into the spotlight, his comfort zone. Thank you all for being here, for coming out in your finest strength to celebrate the beginning of Bella and Nice Forever. Getting here requires so many things. A little bit of luck, some faith, and millions of naira. He paused and people expectedly laughed. But there's nowhere I would rather be than here. And in the infamous line from the greatest love story told on film, when you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible. I couldn't believe it. That line was from When Harry Met Sally, arguably one of the greatest rom-coms of all time and one of my best films. I had watched it a million times. I was so sad to hear him utter those lines, knowing he didn't mean it. He didn't mean them. Knowing that he chose it specifically because he knew I liked it when he was in love with someone else. Cheers followed as he lifted his champagne glass to the guest. A toast to happily ever after. He smiled. Happily ever after. The guest echoed. He brought the flute to his lips and downed the champagne in one gulp. No one paid any attention to the fact that his so-called beloved had not even stood up nor drank to the toast he just made. The final item on the program was the dance all night part. A popular singer was already on the stage and starting a performance of his most popular song. Yinka turned to me as people began to fill in the dance floor. Bella, I know you. His next words were swallowed up by a short, sharp cough. I looked at him with narrowed eyes. Then he coughed again, smacking a fist against his chest like he had swallowed a fish bone by accident. What is wrong with him? Why do his eyes look funny all of a sudden? Wait a minute, is that blood? A scream was making its way out of my throat when he fell forward, his full weight collapsing against me. The ride to the hospital was the longest 15 minutes of my life. His mother held his hand as I sat beside her, staring blankly. Her sobs filled the ambulance and blotted thoughts from my head. I had no idea if he was alive or dead. The blood that spurted from his mouth was still on the neckline of my dress. She kept muttering prayers over and over in between gut-wrenching tears, reminding me tragically that inasmuch as I looked at him, he was simply a child, our only son. When we got to the hospital, there was already a circus waiting in the ground. The entire press pool at the dinner and perhaps more. Some of the guests and others who might have heard the news gather, clamoring for updates. At Professor Ayodeji's order, an entire wing of the hospital was evacuated and set up for Yinka. As we headed down the corridor to the theater, I spotted at least 15 heavily armed men patrolling the near empty wing. By this point, the only people allowed in were his parents, his sister, my dad, and me. Everyone else was asked to leave. We waited in the hallway leading to the theater with bated breath. No one sat. My dad looked like he had been battered in ice cold water. Professor Ayodeji had thrown off his tux and loosened his bow tie, and he was standing right at the theater double door like a bull mastiff, waiting. Finally, the doors swung open, and 3 doctors stepped out in scrubs. We all gathered around them. My heart was racing as I tried to read their body language, fearing the worst. The good news is that he is alive, the oldest doctor said. Yinka's mother collapsed on the floor, and his sisters gathered around her as she wept with relief. What is the bad news? Is he awake? Were his organs damaged? For now, we believe he should make a full recovery. We flushed the toxins out of his system, and we believe none remain. Our preliminary scans of the affected organs and GI tract show some epithelial damage, but we cannot ascertain any nervous system injuries until he regains consciousness. Professor Ayodeji's demeanor darkened. Did you just say toxins? Are you saying that my son was poisoned? That is the most likely diagnosis at this point. We don't know the exact form or type. We will send the samples to the toxicology and chemistry labs and get an answer as soon as possible. A gasp went through the group. Thank you, Dr. Akinyemi. Please, let us know once he's stable enough to move. Our family hospital in London is on standby to receive him. Prepare a file with all the information you have and submit it to me, and only me directly. Professor Ayodeji motioned to his head of security. Get our contact in the NSA on the phone. Now, someone has just made a tragic mistake and messed with the wrong man. A small conference room in the hospital wing was designated the center for investigation. At this point, I was weak, exhausted, and confused. I desperately needed a coffee or a hot shower, but none were forthcoming. I had prayed for something to happen that would stop this wedding, but never once had I wished Yinka dead or hurt. My father and I were sitting next to each other in the hallway. Yinka's dad was in there with 5 men, 3 in uniform and the others plain clothed. They had come in over an hour ago armed with computers and gadgets. They had not emerged since. Dad, I said, I'm scared. Why did they let Yinka's mom and sister leave but ask us to stay? I fear it has to do with the conversation I had with him 2 days ago. I am the most recent person, possibly the only person who tried to postpone the wedding. He looked as tired as I felt. For the first time in a long time, I felt like his daughter, like a child that needed protection. Do they think you do this? They will at least want to know why I asked for the wedding to be shifted. The conference room door opened, and a portly, dark-skinned man with tribal marks cutting up from the side of his lips onto his cheeks like whisker came out. Bella, can you come in? We have some questions for you, sir, he said to my dad. Please wait for her here. Inside the room, the uniformed men sat quietly at the back. Professor Ayodeji next to them, an angry scowl on his face. The other plain-clothed person was a lanky man with a bald head, who wore a small smile on his face. The man with tribal marks spoke first. Bella, I'm Detective Issa. This is my colleague, Detective Michael. We know you are tired and shocked, but I'm sure you understand that what happened to your fiancé today is a very serious matter, and we have to move as quickly as possible to find out who was behind it. Is that okay by you? I nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. Good. I will not beat about the bush. The professor here tells me that your father came to him a few days ago with a surprising request. Are you aware? I started to shake but tried to maintain a steady voice. Yes, sir. Why is that? I took several deep breaths. I was just unsure everything was going so fast. Out of nowhere, Professor Ayodeji jumped up. You better tell us exactly what you plan and why you will try to take the life of my only son because you felt rushed. Are you serious? I started crying. I was so tired and felt so horrible. I had no idea what to do. I'm so sorry. I had nothing to do with this. I realized recently that I don't love your son enough to marry him. But that will never be a motive for me. My voice was hoarse when I responded. Yes, sir. Can you tell us what is his full name? Okechukwu Okonkwo. And what is the relationship between you and this man? I hesitated. What was our relationship? We dated for only a month, 6 months ago. It was the love of my life. The man whose heart I thought had shattered so much that I believed I would never see him again. What was he doing on the screen before me? Why did he look like he was in the lobby of the hotel where the pre-wedding dinner was holding? What was going on? Miss Bella, we need an answer. He is my ex. We broke up 6 months ago. I finally admitted. And when asked did you say, I wish my dad was with me, or a lawyer, or the Duchess. It just felt like I was in quicksand and sinking fast. As far as I know, he left the country last Sunday. Detective Issa looked at me with an intense stare. I want you to think very carefully before you answer this question. Did you plan with your ex-boyfriend to kill Yinka Ayodeji so that you could be together? And there it was. Finally, a question that I could answer with a crystal clear conscience. No, sir, I did not, and will never do such a thing. Neither would he. An open ending, September 2018. The greatest happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved. Loved for ourselves, or rather, loved in spite of ourselves. Victor Hugo. Chapter 21, Family Reunion. The detective took turns grilling me about everything they could think of, asking some questions over and over again while Professor Ayodeji watched. They asked embarrassing questions about my and Oke's relationship. They took my phone and downloaded all the messages into their computers. They asked me hard to answer questions like how long after he drank the champagne did Yinka started to bleed. Detective Issa wanted to know why I didn't drink from my glass. If I remember what the waiter who served the drink looked like or did Yinka pour the champagne into the glass himself? I had no idea. The entire dinner felt like a fever dream. I had not wanted to be there, so I had no clear recollection of some of the things that happened. After 2 hours, Detective Issa went over to Professor Ayodeji and whispered something to him. Then he came back and sat before me, staying in Lagos and remained accessible for the time being. If we have any further questions, we will call you. He gave me his card and asked me to turn in both my passport at the police station later that day and let me go. They did not question my with Auntie Tomike and Uncle Tomiwa, who had flown in from the wedding. To my surprise, I saw my grandfather sitting apart from everyone else. I hadn't seen him in over a year and had no idea he was at the wedding dinner. He had become persona non grata. No one spoke about him or acknowledged him. As my father and I made it into the living room, they all stood up and rushed toward me. Questions and words of concern rained over me. They were still dressed in their fine clothes, so I knew they had sat in the living room worried about what had happened. Can I please go and take a shower? I gestured to the beads of dried blood on my clothes. It has been a long night. Of course, the Duchess spoke up. We wait here for you. Mumbles of agreement rippled through the room. As I offered my thanks, I made my way up the stairs to my room. I peeled off my room clothes and stood under the hot shower for 30 minutes. Then I changed into a pair of grey joggers and a baggy Lacoste t-shirt, sat beside my dad. The Duchess and my grandpa sat miles apart. Miss A came up to me and embraced me for several moments. Then we both went to sit on the sofa beside my father. Bella, tell us what happened, Uncle Femi said. Just as I was about to speak, the doorbell rang. Miss A went to open it and returned with Uncle Desmond and Auntie Linda. The Duchess sprang up. And what are you two doing here? I called them Grandma. This concerned them too, and they have a right to hear what I'm about to say. She reluctantly sat back down, a haughty expression on her face. I told a redacted version of the whole story. I told them that OK and I love each other, but we broke up after a month together due to external pressure around the time I met Yinka. I told them how my relationship with Yinka progressed quickly and became tangled with the chairmanship of OA Holdings. I told them that I reconnected with OK and tried to break things off with Yinka, but discovered that not only did he have a mistress, he too was being pressured to marry me instead of her. That he planned to keep seeing her, using our marriage as a cover. When I tried to press him to break up, he brought up all our secrets as a family and blackmailed me into silence. That same day he proposed to me, and I felt I had no choice but to accept. Otherwise, he would destroy my family. Soon after, he had OK detained for a week, only releasing him when I threatened to go to his father with information about his affair. After that, it became more and more intimidating, controlling, and borderline violent just to ensure that the wedding would hold. His mistress later told me that he had been threatened with disownment if he didn't marry me. I tried everything to get out of it, but there was no way out. Finally, last week, OK asked me to run off to America with him. But because he was using a fake passport, I decided not to go along with it. He left on his own, or so I thought. My daddy looked at me. What do you mean? He didn't leave? I took a deep breath. The police showed me CCTV images of him at the reception last night. And the Auntie Linda exclaimed. Uncle Desmond immediately pulled out his phone and stepped out of the room. So, the Duchess said, is he the prime suspect? I sighed wearily. They have no evidence, Grandma. He's been in the same location as Yinka's poisoning should not be enough to charge him with a crime. The Duchess laughed. You can't be so naive as to believe that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have called his family here. From the corner of the room, I heard my grandfather's sharp cry. Adenike. She turned to where he was sitting and yelled back, what is it? Why is a ghost speaking where women are concerned? Did you not abandon this family 3 years ago? So what is it? Why are you calling me with such authority? Who are you to me? My grandfather rose to his full height. Since he left Lagos and the Duchess, he seems to have aged in reverse. His stoop was gone. He had gained weight, and his clothes were expertly tailored and fit properly. And this is exactly why I left. You are controlling, unempathetic, consumed by status and ruthless. I know this is all you're doing. You are supposed to protect Bella after what happened in 2015, but what is this? You are still meddling in her love life. Can you see the consequence of your actions, or are you going to shift the blame again? The Duchess marched across the room until she stood before him. At least I am here, taking care of my family. Don't you dare accuse me of... You are taking care of no one but yourself. I don't care. That is all you know how to do. My father jumped up and got between his parents. Mom, Dad, this is ridiculous. You are both too old to be fighting like this. Bella needs us, and this is how we are going to show up for her. Behave yourselves. Just then, Uncle Desmond walked back into the room. Linda, Get up, let's go. I stood up in alarm. Sir, what is happening? Where are you going? The senator looked at me with rage-filled eyes. My dear, I have nothing against you personally, but your family of vipers has led my brother to his doom. Before he met you, and before you people started to meddle in his life, he was doing fine. I just got up the phone now, and the NSA has picked him up. He's locked away in a location so secure. Even I, a sitting senator, is not been told where it is. I have to go. I must save my brother's life. You people should continue biting each other like the snakes that you are. His last statement was clearly directed at my grandparents. They rushed out the front door and left us all stunned, and me deeply shamed. Chapter 22. Press wars. The cloud of shock left behind by the Uncle Desmond departure lasted mere seconds. The Duchess immediately faced my stepmother, a stern expression on her face. And these people are your friends. Did you hear what the man said about us? About my family? Do they think that a mere government appointee places us on the same level? How dare they? And then he came back off. Look at how we are behaving. Are they wrong? The Duchess laughed and crossed her arms. Adebayo, I'm not sure what boldness that limpet you have been living with has been feeding you. But I'm here to remind you that I'm not some child you can call to order whenever you want. My father jumped into the fray, and all three of them traded words that I could no longer process because I was livid. Can you all stop this? Please, for once. Stop all this back and forth. Didn't you hear what the senator just said? They have moved Okechukwu to some secret location doing God knows what to him. The last time Yinka had him detained, he lost 10 kilos in 2 weeks. And there was no attempted murder case at that time. 2 men are in serious trouble right now. One locked up, the other unconscious. And what are we doing? Fighting silly battles? Everyone kept quiet for a second, and it allowed me to think clearly. I remember something important and turned to Uncle Femi. The detective in charge of the investigation asked me to submit my passport and remain available for further questions. He also said I'm not a suspect at this time. What do you advise? Let me have his details. I will go over to the station now to sort that out, and also see if we can convince them you are not a flight risk. Uncle Femi said. I gave him Detective Issa's card and he left. Bella, my grandfather, spoke up. I'm sorry if this question offends you, but if this young man was seen on the grounds of the dinner party, and he had good motive to want your fiancé dead, how are you so sure he had nothing to do with it? I knew he meant well, so I tried to give a convincing answer. Someone poisons Yinka's champagne, Grandpa. How would Okechukwu have achieved that? It had to be someone within our circles. No one had access to that hall without an invite or being part of the wait staff or entertainers. All of Oke's assets were frozen the last time he was picked up, and he has no connections in our ward. He may have wanted to stop the weddings, but this is not his style. He's not a coward. He wants us to be together, not Yinka Demis. The Duchess scoffed. Grandma, please stop this. You promised to help me. I know you don't like Okechukwu, but you can't sit idly by and let an innocent man take the rap for this. My dear, there are things you don't know, and I hope you never discover. Besides, that man you are defending and his family of up and comers are used to this sort of mess. They will sort themselves out. For now, you must worry about yourself. The papers will be out tomorrow, and the blogs will be fishing for an angle. You must emerge from this fiasco spotless. Otherwise, you might never recover from the reputation damage. My father touched my shoulder. Your grandmother is right. There's not much we can do for Okechukwu right now, but we have to prepare for the PR onslaught coming our way. Miss A stood up and addressed everyone. I think I have an idea. The ensuing week turned into a bloodbath between the Okonkos, the Ayodejis, and the Ayokesintins across the nation's paper. It was a press war waged with words and ink and headlines, and it all started with the first crop of papers that came out on my supposed wedding day. The major carriers had headlines like "Bloody Bride," how Bella, Ayokesintins' fiancé, slopped day to wedding, Another paper's headline was, "What happened to Yinka Ayodeji? Mysteries surrounds Earth's status of tech billionaire." The tabloid were even more brutal, with a picture selection that an editor had deliberately selected in which I had weird or awkward facial expression. They had audacious headlines like Jezebel or Delilah, take your pick. Another one said, Buxom beauty gives deadly pre-wedding gift to billionaire Bay. In between the jarring headlines, there were no truths to be found, just speculations. But people lapped it up and social media was buzzing. There were hashtags trending with Deadly Bella and where is Yinka that are the most acid-tongued people across the country, ripping me and my family to shreds. No one needed a soothsayer to know who was behind this. They were creating a distraction and feeding me to the wolves to try and cover for Yinka. It was a smear campaign designed to humble me since they had not been able to achieve their original aim of uniting the families by marriage. My parents were incensed. None of the Ayokesi things could leave their houses due to the scrutiny. We all decamped to the villa and used one of the Duchess' living rooms as a command center. The day the terrible headlines emerged, a small media group including 2 PAs, a PR team, and the legal department assembled. Ms. A idea to confront the situation head-on won the consensus. We spent the whole day crafting an elegant statement saying that the wedding has been postponed indefinitely after Yinka suffered an unexpected medical emergency. The statement said that I was shocked and dealing with the situation with my fiancé's family, while asking for privacy and understanding from the public. The Duchess coughed up a shocking amount of money to have the statement carried by almost every paper and major news site the next day, and we breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it would be enough to quiet the furor. 2 days later, Lagos Vile ran an exclusive article that linked a certain Lagos big boy, unnamed, and a certain socialite whose wedding was just call of me, obviously, and raised questions in a roundabout way, of course, about what these people might have to do with the health status of a recently taken ill techpreneur. The comment section under the story went nuclear. In the midst of all this, Vanessa was frantically calling and texting me with regular updates. Oddly enough, my social media followership had doubled. Everyone wanted a front row seat to the downfall of a trust fund princess. Later that evening, the Duchess had a private call with a crisis manager that she knew from America, and they were putting together a manifesto for us when another bombshell dropped by morning. This was clearly from the Okonkos. The front page of the biggest paper had a picture of Okechukwu on the front with large red letters saying missing. It went on to accuse an unnamed elite Lagos family of kidnapping and attempted murder, saying he had been falsely accused of unknown crimes and illegally detained. The article had been put out by the Okonkos to try and force the Ayodejis to produce okay, but it unleashed an unexpected side effect. Suddenly, the social media chatter turned into a social clash and became heated with divided camps. The narrative was that old money families were notorious for bullying people who were not born into their social class. Some accused OK of being a fraudster, and others supported him, stating that any successful young Nigerian who did not come from old money was often stereotyped as a fraudster. His colleague from the hospitality industry also rallied around for him with consistent social media posts, confirming his success in the sector and correcting the impression that his nightlife job was not a legitimate career. This is getting out of hand, Ms. A said. We had to try to forestall this by getting ahead of the story. But it seems everyone had the same idea. We need to rethink our strategy before things get worse. The Duchess shook her head. I disagree. At least Bella is out of the headline. Let the others beat themselves bloody on the social media if they want. My dad sighed in exasperation. Do you think the Ayodeji will take all this lying down? They have all our secrets. They might not be able to use the paper to spread our information, but that is what Lagos Vile is for. Only God knows what tomorrow will bring. The Duchess went cold. I had never seen her so disturbed before. She shakily stood up and excused herself from the room without another word. I turned to my dad. What is the connection between Grandma and the professors? He mentioned her when we first met, and Grandma told me that there's history between them. Do you know what it is? He shook his head. No clue. All they have said is that they have childhood acquaintances. Were they lovers before she met Grandpa? Would Grandpa know? I decided to find out from Grandpa, who was in another section of the house when my father's phone rang. When he looked at the caller ID, his face fell. Who is it? Miss A asked. The professor answered it. He turned to one of the PAs. Hurry, go and get my parents. Before he answered the call, Miss A, who was beside him, whispered, press record. My father did as asked and placed the call on speakerphone. Good morning, sir. Adeto Kumbo. What do you think you are doing? I don't understand. After everything I've done for you and your family, how dare you collude with that band of criminals to come after me? Their wretched offspring tried to kill my son. Do you think this is a game you can win with papers? The past few days are nothing compared to how easily I can crush your insignificant little empire. Tell your mother, she knows me. She knows what I'm capable of. If I see one more audacious headline in the papers, it will be gloves off. I don't want to see me at my worst, trust me. The line went dead. The room was silent for a few moments until a voice from the doorway cut through it like a knife. Looks like we need to go to London, the Duchess said solemnly. Chapter 23, Battleground. The Duchess' 5-bedroom cottage-style house in Hampstead was beautiful but modest by our usual standard. The ground included a woodland on one side, a gentle rolling green field on the other, and a glittering lake with swans just beyond it. My grandparents had maintained a cold civility toward each other on the private jet flight over, but had gone their separate ways once we arrived. My grandfather went back to his apartment in King's Cross, and his unknown partner had promised to see me as soon as he could, while my father, the Duchess, and I had taken the Chapfire Mercedes to Hampstead. My stepmother had to stay behind in Nigeria to be with Donny and Kitan, who had just resumed in school for the term. Once we settled, the Duchess tried to get the professor on the phone, but his PA kept deflecting, rejecting all attempts to meet. When the Duchess had left the room that night, before the professor called, she had tried to reach him and was told he had flown Yinka out of the country as planned. She was coming back into the living room to apprise the new information when she overheard the call between the professor and my dad. Back home, the Okonkos had stood down and there was no more bloody headlines. That did not stop the online chatter, with smaller blogs and social media influencers desperate to keep the scandal going for their own gain. It felt more like a truce than a surrender, especially as Professor Ayodeji had not only refused to release Okechukwu, but he was also refusing to see us, and the woman he claimed to respect, even though we are in the same city. A week passed. I took walks every morning. I visited the little caves around the quaint village. I fed the dogs and went to bookshops. A part of me was healing, but I remained largely heartbroken by what had happened. With the salvo played by the senator, I knew Okechukwu was alive. But that did not mean he was on earth. The entire time my reputation was getting decimated online, I felt nothing. It was a small price I was paying compared to what Okechukwu was going through. Now, as I took walks in marshy shores with Wellington boots and a herringbone jacket on, I felt cautiously hopeful. Soon, there will be no more hand to play, and they will have no choice but to let him go. I was sitting in a bookstore cave, tumbling through a paperback novel when my phone rang. I was shocked to see Yinka's face and number flashing on the screen. He was calling me on WhatsApp. I swiped up with a trembling finger, not knowing if I would hear his voice or Victor's on the other end. And even if it was him, the last time we saw, blood had spotted out his throat before he collapsed. How okay could he be? Hello, I cautiously said. So even so even a near-death experience did not make you fall in love with me, huh? His voice was raspier than before, but the arrogance was as thick as ever. How can you tell? Well, I hear you have been in town for a week. You know where I live, but you didn't even try to visit me. That is good, Bella. We would have been on our honeymoon by now if your lover had not tried to kill me. The least you could do is to act, contract. I was speechless. On some level, he was right. I had been more worried about OK than I was about him. But surely, considering his disparity in circumstances, that was understandable. Besides, he had to know that it couldn't have been Okechukwu that poisoned him. Yinka, do you really believe that it was OK who tried to poison you? His voice took on a slightly teasing lilt, like it was all of a bit of joke to him. Why shouldn't I? I don't know if you know this, but overall, I'm a pretty popular guy with a great friend and connection. He's the only one who could have wanted me dead. What about Tony? It was his turn to be shocked. But the pause on the other side of the line lasted mere seconds. Don't be absorbed, Bella. Tony loves me. Why would she want me dead? She came to me a week before the wedding to try and figure out a way to stop it. She said she was not sure she could survive you being married to someone else. She may have been loyal, but at the end of the day, she's a woman with feelings. Bella, sweetheart, if that was the case, you would have she would have poisoned you instead of me. We should the prize and leave the dirt intact. He had the point, but I was not done. I never drank your toast, Yinka. Plus, with how quickly you have recovered, the person who spiked your drink didn't want you dead, just temporarily incapacitated. And who is more likely to have access in your world than Tony? He moved my world over for some seconds. You are wrong, and I can prove it. Meet me with your folks in Mayfair. I will talk to my dad to set up the time and date. We arrived at the house in Mayfair on an overcast Wednesday afternoon. Despite my efforts, the Duchess absolutely refused to allow me to tell my grandpa about the meeting. So it was the three of us walking down the house. I don't need to remind you that whatever you hear here today should not go beyond us. Let me lead this discussion. Is that clear? Our instruction was clear but worrying. My priority was Oke's release from detection, but I knew it was the furthest thing on the Duchess list of priorities. My father still needed the chairmanship of OA Odin so that he won't lose Octane Asset Management forever. And I didn't think that OK's freedom rivaled that in it. We might have been working on two battles together, but we are far from united. The butler led us to a part of the house I had not been to before. A pair of white panel doors swung open to reveal a luxurious executive office. Like a private jet, there was a large monogram rug across the floor. The word OA set in white cursive font against a blue circle in the center. There was a Nigerian flag on one side and a personal blue one with the OA symbol on the other behind a massive presidential oak desk. The rest of the room had an imposing air as the shelves around the entire circumference was laden with massive blocks. Tomes by the look of them, full of engineering theory, Professor Adeji's other field of expertise. As with other times, I found the man behind the desk imposing. My almost father-in-law did not seem to have a warm, kind, or compassionate bone in his body, and he made no attempt to pretend otherwise. Wealth had wrapped him so much that he seems somewhat inhuman, like an animated statue. Even when we were all standing in front of him, Professor Adeji did not look up from the papers before him. The pen that he held in his left hand, glittering along with the silver of his frame. Adenika, it's been too long. How have you been, Oladiran? He looked up at her, then his eyes shooting laser. That is not a question I was expecting to ask, considering the circumstances. The air was so frosty between them that I consciously rubbed my arms up and down. It is called common courtesy. I'm surprised to see you forget something which means so much to you. I hardly think you are competent to lecture me on a class and manner. Won't you agree, Adenike? My father and I exchanged glances. What is his problem? Our eyes said to each other. The Duchess swiftly responds, you already know that I disagree with much of what you stand for on a fundamental level. My father cut in. Sir, I must apologize for all that has happened. We could have handled everything differently, and maybe we would have been in a better place as family than where we are now. Professor Odeji placed his pen on the sheaf of papers before him and linked his finger, leaning back to his imperial-looking swivel chair. There's actually a simple way to fix this, he said critically. Oh, my father said as the Duchess swept forward and sat on the chair across the table while we remained standing. Over the next few days, he began like he was making a commencement speech. Bella and Yinka will be married in the intimate ceremony here in London to avoid any other scandals. Afterward, we will return to Nigeria, where you will assume your role as the chairman when I officially step down. I know you are all worried about the upstarts who try to disrupt the wedding, so I will let you know his face too. After he had cooled his heel and learned to humble himself in detention, the Ayodeji family will see to it that he is pardoned for good behavior and released just after his 30th wedding. This will make us all look better and bury the matter so we can live happily ever after. My jaw dropped. I turned a panic gaze towards my grandmother, who looked like the picture of calm. My eyes swiveled over to my dad. He had a bead of sweat trailing from his forehead to his bed. We had walked in with nothing but a hope and prayer, and Professor Odeji knew it. The power differential was absolute. I cleared my throat. With all due respect, sir, I have no interest in marrying your son. He turned a piercing look my way, his facial muscle rigid. In this stratosphere, marriage has nothing to do with feelings. We had an agreement, a proposed merger between families that increase our wealth, power, and influence. Nothing better has been proposed in lieu of that agreement. So why would I care about how we feel? What wolf concerns itself with the sentiment of sheep? The Duchess took a deep breath and opened her purse. We all watched in stunned silence as she retrieved a cigarillo from his lining, flicked open a heavy gold lighter, and placed the lit stick between her lips. She took a long, elegant drag and tapped the ashes on the floor. I always knew it would come to this, but I had hoped to save this ace for something more substantial. After all, if I was going to just reveal my best secret, I would have done it years ago. Since it is no longer matter, now I have to give you the mean satisfaction of thinking you do it out of me when it was no one business to begin with. Best secret? What was she talking about? My dad stared at her, his hand on his weight in exasperation. Mom, what are you talking about? The Duchess took another short drag of her cigarillo. Everything I'm about to say to you now has been recorded in a mini documentary which will be released in 2 weeks. It explored the origin of your wealth, Oladuna, and the truth about my birth mother. Once it is out, you no longer have any hold over me and my family. You cannot hold on to obtain access management, and you cannot force Bella to marry your son. You will have no need to hold on to that boy as a bargaining chip, and our sturdy relationship will come to an end. The professor grinned, his teeth exposed like a poisonous creature. You are bluffing. Your status means more to you than your own life. Your obsession with being seen as some sort of blue blood cost you your marriage, nearly ruined your children's life. Why will you have a change of heart now, and for what? I was confused by what is going on. I had to sit down because my head was swelling. My father was apoplectic. Mom, what is this? What are you both saying? The Duchess continued to ignore us as she and the doctor remained locked in the dark, twisted world on their own while we play an incredulous audience. My mother was 18 when she arrived in Lagos, 3 months pregnant, disowned by her family, and with no place to stay. She wandered the streets for a full week, doing menial work where she could find where she could find it around construction site. One day, she collapsed on the job. The owner of the property, a tycoon, happened the owner of the property, a tycoon, happened to be there that day and had taken her to hospital. Later that day, the tycoon came to see my mother, curious that a girl so young and striking was homeless. When she found out that my mother was pregnant too, the woman decided on the spot to take her in and care of her. That benevolent tycoon was Chief Mrs. Yetunde Williams. My father stumbled backward in shock. The Duchess looked another drag and blew out the smoke. We saw Ayodeji had a slight smile on his face as he turned to my father. That is right. Your entire claim to wealth, your grandmother Yetunde Williams is not biologically related to you at all. A thunderclap of shock ran through me. I only joined the family 3 years ago, so I had no idea about the origins of the Duchess' wealth or her heritage. As far as I knew, she came from a family that owned multiple businesses in Lagos. I knew that they sat on top of a social ladder, but that people often indicated that the Duchess was old money rich. But what shocked me was not her not being blue-blooded, but that she had hidden something traumatic while giving no sign of it for decades. Chief Miss Yewande could not have any children of her own. That was in 1940s, decade before IVF and surrogacy. So being childless back then, outside of adoption, was often permanent. She and my mother were someone in desperate circumstances, connected by the thread of fate. My mother was not prepared to be a mother. Mrs. Williams could not be one. They struck a deal. My mother was hidden away for the rest of her pregnancy while Miss Williams treated to her mother's house in Ibadan until I was born. She returned 6 months later a mother, and my own mother was hired as a nanny. Nobody knew the truth, not even Miss Williams' husband, not even me. My birth mother died when I was 15. I had no reason to mourn her, but for some reason I felt hollow after her loss. Something I hadn't understand until my parents died. My mother when I was 23, and my dad when I was 18. The entire Williams estate had been left to me, but there was immediate problem. First, two illegitimate child showed up. Two illegitimate child showed up after my father died for the share of his estate. Secondly, my mother had left a letter behind, something she entrusted to her lawyer, which told the true origins of my birth. When I read my mother's letter, 2 things became clear. The reason why my nanny's death had made me feel so hollow, and the fact that the so-called illegitimate child had more right to the family estate than I did. Of course, when they discovered that my dad had left nothing to them, they contested the will. It was then that the lawyer whom my mother had trusted did something unspeakable. It turned out that he had read the sealed letter my mother had kept in his care. He helped to skim my way into remaining the sole heir, and even though I ensured I did right by half brothers and my uncles, I emerged the custodian of his estate. This lawyer had a son I became very close to and confided in, one of the biggest regrets of my life, because he eventually betrayed me just as his father before him had. I'm sure you can guess who the son of that traitor is, she said with a withering tone, her eyes blazing in Professor Ayodeji's direction. My father and I sat in stunned silence. What bound the Duchess and the Professor was not some nostalgic romance, but a scandalous tale of secret and betrayal. Although, with the tension between them, I did not doubt there was some heartbreak lingering over their toxic bond. You may call me names, but you are the one who made yourself worthy from money that technically never belonged to you. The Duchess stood up, her voice sharp and clear. They were my parents. As a lawyer, your father should have fought to protect me. Instead, he exploited me. Is that why you tried to kill my son? The room went to still. It felt like all the air and the sun had been sucked out. The Duchess sat back down as if a bullet had struck in the chest, the cigarillo dangling precariously from her finger. Professor Ayodeji smiled victoriously. It had always bothered me that you looked down on me as if you have a bad moral character. But you are just a ruthless, if not even so, than am I. I have to say something. Grandma, I was ridiculous that my voice was certainly in the will register. Is it true? Were you behind this? Still, she ignored me. How did you find out? When the NSA found the boy, he was in a hotel room in Ikoyi, unconscious. We picked him up and took him in for questioning. He told us that he has been driving back to Ekpe when a young family with a flat tire flagged him down on the side of the road. As he tried to raise the car with a jack, he felt a massive blow to his head and woke up in an abandoned hotel lobby. He scrambled around in a panic, trying to find a way out. Eventually, he did, making his way across the reception and straight into a taxi. Luckily, he had his wallet on him, and he was able to get a room, and it was where we found him, still asleep. He had been kept sedated for nearly a week. Examination of the footage, his blood work, and an X-ray of the back of his head corroborated our story. He didn't do it. I always knew that he was innocent. But wait, so why did you not let him go where you knew? With him in custody, we had ample time to gather evidence. There will be an ironclad and which the real culprit will not deny. Yet you got it wrong. My mother will never do this. The professor shook his head. If you plan to be chairman someday, you need to learn how not to have silly outbursts like this. The board is just as tough as I am, and they will not tolerate it for a second. My dad turned to the Duchess. Mom, please tell me he's lying and that she didn't answer. She didn't answer. Her cigarillo had been shortened to a stop, and she looked every year of her age. The detectives began their investigation. They detained the wait staff, reviewed the footage and sabotage of the night, communicated with the doctor who were analyzing the substance found in the champagne flute and comparing it to what we found in the young man's wallet when he was arrested. The first clue emerged. The poison in the glass made my son's gum and gastrointestinal tract bleed. He got dizzy and lightheaded. I couldn't believe it. I knew my grandmother was made of steel, but I never thought she was capable of being so cold-blooded. Any one or both of these men could have died. This was Carlos and a woman. The professor continued. We submitted the sample to the best labs in the country and raised. We submitted the sample to the best labs in the country and traced the major supplies and distributions of the particular substance used. It was just last week we found out who purchased it. A small shared company with only one major investor, My father was muttering, how could you do this? Into his hands. His forehead wrinkled with shock and conviction. The Duchess' face was priceless. For the first time since I met her, she looked deeply sad. And what was I supposed to do, Oladiran? For over 40 years, first your father and then you, have held me to ransom over something that was out of my control. I have been lied to, deceived, betrayed, and let down all my life, but I always took it like a champion, because I understand that to have anything in this world, all that pain is inevitable. I wore those scars like a badge of honor, like an armor, through life, but you took octane asset management from my son. Then you wanted to take my granddaughter too. I tried to look at it as my son finally getting to inherit the second half of the fortune your family stole from me. But when it was revealed that Yinka was carrying on the same blackmailing tradition with Bella, possibly locking her in for the decade that you have had me in prison, I could not sit back. The drug would have never killed him. I made sure of it. And the other young man had run the clock expert's care while he was unconscious. I was daring, and I would do anything for my family. But I'm no murderer. I have to save my granddaughter from you. I had no choice but to hurt your son in order to do so. Professor Ayodeji remained unmoved. He was silent for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, I was weak with shock. Now that I have a new secret to control you with, I believe it is time for you to sign off on the merger on the merger of our families, the marriage between the young couple and your son's chairmanship of OA Holdings. This way, when you die, all you have ever owned and worked for will eventually belong to not just your son, but eventually your son-in-law. At that statement, the door swung open, and when we turned to look, we saw Yinka walking in with Tony by his side. Chapter 24, a new era. And all two women rays swept across the professor's face as he leaped up from his chair. Ola Yinka, what is this? We watched as they strode in with a confidence that battered the whole room, which moment ago was subsumed in the darkness of his father's proposal with levity. This is the reason why I wanted us to meet today, sir. I know you have your own agenda with these people, but I have mine with you. You know how I feel about that woman. Why is she here? What do you think you are doing? Yinka pulled a folded piece of paper from inside the suit jacket and placed it on the table. Before you consider tearing it up, know that it's a copy and must be offered, and more can be ordered for a small fee. Professor Ayodeji craned his neck down as if there were rusty bolts operating the movement, and flicked open the piece of paper. He stayed that way, looking at it for several moments while fear and anxiety built within me. I had no idea what he was looking at or what he was going to do. Yinka had only just survived a near-death experience. Surely it was too soon and too cruel for his father to put him through one. Is this a joke? Yinka squared his shoulder and put Tony closer to him. No, sir, it is not. His father looked up at him and laughed. Oh, but it has to be a joke. I have been working assiduously for weeks trying to secure an empire for you. You nearly died for goodness sake. And you go and do this? Marry her, a non-entity? You married Tony. I felt admiration creep up my arms and neck such that if I were fair-skinned, I would be beat red. Look, Dad, I tried. I really tried to do things your way. I always did things your way, not just because you made it impossible to choose any other path, but because I genuinely admired you. I thought that if I follow your blueprint, I will not only be successful and happy, but I will be admired and revered as you are. It took nearly dying to get me to admit the truth to myself. I never really wanted any of this. I'm 28, but I have no idea who I am beyond what you want me to be. I'm a hooks of a human being. The first and last memory I have of ever being happy is with the person you are calling an entity. The first time I saw her as an unhappy 14-years-old, and the moment she walked into my hospital room after I woke up 3 weeks ago was the happiest that I had been in months. That is when I knew what I had to do. You said you would disown me if I married her. Fine. I would rather spend the rest of my life being happy with her than being miserable as your son. Tears formed in my eyes, and I bring them away. I never thought there would be a day when I felt such compassion for Yinka. Tony was right. He was not a monster. He had been created in a monstrous image. Unsurprisingly, his father was not similarly moved. We watched him stare down his son with reddening eyes. You are a fool and a disappointment. You will regret this. And when you're trying to come back into the fold, you'll be met with only words. You growled. Yinka sighed, his eyes glistening. Have a nice life, Dad. He turned to me. Sorry about all the tricks and threats, babe. As they left, Tony smiled at me, and for the first time, she looked truly alive. Her eyes were not dull or teary. She seemed genuinely happy. Moments after they left, he dawned on me. Without Yinka, his father could no longer hold me to ransom. The Duchess broke the silence. What are you going to do now, Oladiran? Your son is married. The merger cannot go forward. Are you going to hold on to a 70-year-old secret? Do you want to tell the world what really happened to Yinka, even when he has moved on? The professor slowly uncurled his sleeves and rolled them up, one arm at a time. This is far from over. Adenike, I never lose. You may leave now. The ride home was chaotic. My dad and I asked so many questions that we talked over each other and all at once. The Duchess remained stoic and composed. Was this your grand plan? Mom, this was attempted murder. When did you become a criminal? How did you know Oke was in Ekpe? Why did you never tell us about your birth story? How could you set Oke up like this and not tell anyone? Who was your real father? Does Grandpa know about this? Are we even Yoruba? When did you start smoking? She was silent as we fell over each other looking for answers. Eventually, my dad and I calmed down as the car continued to wind down the dusty evening street back to Hampstead. I seem to remember telling you that all you will hear in that room should remain there, didn't I? My dad scoffed. Are you kidding me? You said you have a whole documentary coming out in 2 weeks about this. So why are you playing coy now? She craned her neck to look at my dad. What's the documentary? I can't believe my ears. You lied? Bluffed, darling. It was more an act of bravado than defeat. I needed him to realize that my secret is also his. If my family was going to go down, this will not be left in good standing either. Besides, the other kid my father had a history. They cut me off decades ago. Their own children are too far removed to ever come for me. At worst, they will take a good settlement and it will be worth the cost. In the eyes of the world, I am Chief Yetunde Williams' daughter, and that will never change. But why did you wait this long to tell us this? Why did you poison Yinka? Everyone in this car knew the problem we faced. I was the only one willing to get my hands dirty to solve it. Why? Why not? I hope you can see who we are up against. Oladiran is not someone you treat with kid gloves. He's still holding that young man prisoner. But you are no Brett and Gamma. Can't you see that? You sedated Okechukwu for days just to plant him and the poison at the scene of the crime. That is horrible. I'm not proud of this, Bella. This was all my fault. A decision I made when I was 23 to succumb to blackmail has had generational consequences. I never told your grandfather about this because I was ashamed. I wanted you all to marry well to compensate for the fact that I don't know who my biological father is, and my real mother was a mere maid. Now, I realized that I pushed your father and grandfather so hard to satisfy my own need to have same role models worth looking up to, and created impossible standards for them to meet. Believe it or not, I love your grandfather. I just had a warped sense of self that ended up pushing him away. The Mercedes was pulling up the driveway. I placed a hand on the Duchess' lighting hand. I understand, Grandma, I said, and I mean it. I understood, even though I disagree with her completely. Mom, we'll talk about this some more in private. For now, we need to decide what to do next and prepare for the worst, my dad said. I don't think there's much more we can do here. It is time to head back to Lagos, she said. 2 days later, our plane touched down in Muritala Mohammed Airport. I flicked open my Samsung W2017 and saw a message from Vanessa asking me to check my social media account. Having faced a barrage of insults immediately after Yinka's poisoning, I had logged out of all the apps so I won't get notification anymore. I entered my information and saw the post immediately. It was a recent picture of Yinka looking happy and healthy. The second slide had an image of his and Tony's hand intertwined. Their marriage rings on displayed. There was a caption underneath that read, "They say life comes at you fast. I've truly lived the adage these past few weeks. I want to formally announce that Bella, Ayo Kensington, and I decided to go our separate ways the day before our wedding. She and I were in love, but with other people. Bella was a wonderful, smart, and caring partner, and will be a blessing to the man she loves and deserves her. I'm with my childhood sweetheart after years of denial. I want to take this opportunity to thank the general public for their love, care, and concern when I was away for the spotlight getting married. I'm happy and well and would crave your indulgence for some more time away from the public eyes to adjust to the changes in my personal life. See you again soon, Yinka." I showed the post to my dad and Grandma. What do you think? Does this work for you or against us? The Duchess frowned. It makes you look a little bit bad, but it further pinned Oladiran into a corner. You are now free from him. It was unspoken between us, but we knew that there was only one left thing to do, and that was free Okechukwu. By the time we got home, the post had gone viral, and my phone was being bombarded with calls and messages. I ignored them and headed to my room for a hot shower and curled up in bed. For the first time in days, I was alone and I had the chance to feel emotions. Tears fell down my face in waves as I thought about Okechukwu. I hadn't seen him for 6 weeks. I miss him so much, my heart felt malformed with longing. I reached for my phone and scrolled through the pictures that I had of him. The last one we took was at Bella's place. I had been sitting on his lap, my hands wrapped around his neck as he nuzzled my jawline. It was taken by Dakpo. We looked so good together, a perfect fit. Two happy souls in their own world. I made the picture black and white, and in a moment of madness inspired by longing, posted it online with a simple caption, #FreeBellas okay. I woke up to the sound of my door being pounded in by what seems like a battering ram. I hurried over to yank it open. What? What is the emergency? Where is the fire? Vanessa was looking at me like I had 3 heads. How can you sleep after setting social media on fire? I shrugged. I don't care anymore. Yinka had made our breakup official. Who cares that I posted a picture with my lover? With my lover too. Your lover? What are you? Some damsel in a romance novel? My dear, okay, he's a suspected fraudster being held prisoner right now. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Has he not paid for his crimes enough? Will you people not happy until he's dead? Vanessa backed down. That is not what I mean. I'm tired. Let me go back to bed if that is why you are here. She walked into the room and shut the door behind her. Just look at your phone first before you vex, she said in a chastening tone. My original post had been picked up by Dapo Smith and reposted on all his handles. Okesh's other friend, his celebrity contact, and people he had met and worked with all over the years started to repost it with comments and captions about the kind of people he was. Loyal, stubborn, dedicated, smart, generous, care, passionate, and all-around great guy. Even his former university chimed in to say that he had returned several times over the years to give talks to delinquent students and encourage them to take their studies seriously as a way to compensate for his being rusticated in the first place. I was moved to tears. Vanessa smiled. Okay, you are in love. Love no be small thing. Later that evening, I got a surprise call from my grandfather. My dad had told him some of what happened at the meeting. Basically, that the Ayodejis were keeping Okechukwu hostage because the marriage had fallen through. Bella, I have been in touch with the Chief Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation. They are contacts from my ambassador's days. Right now, they are holding audience with Professor Ayodeji. He will let that young man go, but don't worry. I will also relieve some of the anonymous handles. We are beginning to make the connection between Yinka's post, my recent one, and all that had happened over the weeks. It was beginning to look bad for the Ayodejis that a man was being held without charge, and no one knew where he was or why. The Duchess and I had dinner together alone in the villa. I'm so worried, Grandma. What if we are missing something? What if Professor Ayodeji refuses to listen to reason? Don't worry, dear. He's cornered and will make the logical choice. He's a low-down, dirty bastard, but he's not insane, she said, nearly slicing through a piece of chicken with her table knife. I watched her in awe. First, the cigarillo and now causes. I realized then that I didn't know the Duchess at all. Perhaps none of us did. Not even the man she was married to for 45 years. What about you, Grandma? What if you are charged for the poisoning? She smiled ruefully. Let me worry about that. Chapter 25. Creators. It was a Sunday morning. My father had come home at midnight after an hours-long meeting with the board. They had addressed every aspect of the candidacy, including his previous embezzlement and fraud allegation and court cases. The original investors attested to the fact that the repayment agreement signed 5 years ago had not been breached once, and as far as they were concerned, the matter was resolved. In that meeting, the board voted 12-1 to announce my father against all hope and reason as the new chairman of OA Holdings. The one vote against was an abstention by Professor Ayodeji in a final act of pettiness. Miss A was beaming with joy and relief that morning. The breakfast table was laden with the food she had ordered from her usual vendors. There were fresh flowers and even a small band playing the violin and the cello that welcomed my father when he came down the stairs for breakfast. Kitan and Doni were so happy and excited because of the cake and balloons. They had no idea what was happening. But like all kids, they love a good time. I sat taking pictures and occasionally sipping green tea from my teacup. My phone vibrated. I looked down at the screen. It was a private number. All of a sudden, there was a vacuum in my ears, and my heart started thumping wildly. I answered. "Hello," I said, my voice tremulous. "Hi, Cupcake." I let out a squeal so loud the violins and the cello sound stopped. The kid looked at me in shock, and Miss A started jumping up and down because she understood that there was only one reason why I would be so happy. Babe, oh my God, where are you?" I had a soft chuckle down the line and lost it. I sobbed so hard I had to leave the room so as not to confuse the kid. "Don't panic, but I'm at the hospital." "What? Why?" "I will send you the address. You can see for yourself." I headed toward his room and with unsteady legs. The entire drive to the Pacific Hospital, I was sure something else would happen. Maybe a bunch of masked assassins would break into the hospital and snatch him away. Or maybe, like in the films, they would put an explosive inside his car that would go off once he turned the ignition. I knew I was being absorbed, but so much had happened. I no longer had a firm grasp of reality. It always felt like there was another twist in the horizon that I couldn't see yet. His suit was on the topmost floor. When I opened the door and saw him on the bed in his white hospital gown, my heart expanded and threatened to burst out of my chest with a rush of emotions. I felt joy, love, worry, relief, and fear all mixed together in a space too tight to hold it. "Babe, what happened to you?" He smiled at me, his upper lip lifted in that cocky way that I like so much. It's a long story. I rushed to him and threw myself over his body, even though he was wincing the whole time and laughing in between. He hugged me back, kissing my cheek and burying his head in my shoulder. "You smell like heaven," he muttered. "I can't believe this is real," I said, pulling away to look at him again, tears in my eyes. He held my hand and gently guided it to his head. There was a 3-inch section between his neck and base of his head that was shaven and bandaged. "It is real. This wound from when I was knocked out in Ekpe is real. I'm really here and happy to have you in my arms at last." He was in the hospital for a week as the blood parasites and infections on his skin were tended to. Professor Ayodeji really had him in detention for the past month. Before then, Oke had no idea where he had been. The doctors ran several tests to make sure there was no permanent neurological damage from the sedation or the blow to his head, which was deep enough to leave a scar. Okechukwu had taken to referring to it as his tattoo of love. If you ever have a reason to doubt my love for you, simply look at this scar and know that I am proudly wearing my love for you everywhere I go. Because his house in VI was still sealed and his assets frozen, Senator Desmond has stepped up, renting a cozy, fully furnished service apartment in Ikoyi for him to come home to. We spent the first hour in the new place trying to set things up and put his belongings away. Do you want something to eat? Not sure there is a fast food place around here, babe, unless you want to drive down to Awolowo Road. I scoffed. You really think I'm going to serve you junk food on your first day back from hospital after you nearly dead because of me? He looked up from the remote control he was using to set up Netflix and raised a quizzical eyebrow. So, you want to order more high-end stuff, like knock? I was thinking of cooking you something special. He paused for a second, then burst out laughing. Thanks for the offer. But I was just in prison. I don't want to eat slop anymore. Hey, be nice. I can cook now, for real. Fine. But I literally just moved in here today, so there's nothing to even cook. Well, I bought some grocery before I came to get you at the hospital. No way was I going to let you come home to an empty house. I said proudly. You are amazing, he said, pulling me close and kissing me on my forehead. Since he came out of prison, he has been careful not to be too touchy-feely, keeping his hands to himself, even though I was fully ready to make up for lost time now that there was no barrier to our happiness. Babe, you do what you need to do in here. I will go throw down in the kitchen, and afterward, I put on my most featureless expression, and he burst out laughing. Afterwards, Bella, Biko, I'm going to shower, he said, swinging away from my grasp as I made kissy faces at him and chased him around the living room. His newly resuscitated phone on the wooden center table started to ring noisily. We both stopped messing around, and OK went to answer it as I headed to the kitchen. What did you just say? I heard him exclaim, and I rushed back to the living room. His face was tight with shock, his left palm rubbing the top of his overgrown afro vigorously. Are you serious? What could be going on? Okay, I will be there as soon as I can, he finally said in a resigned voice and hung up. What is going on? Is everything okay? He sat on the sofa and placed his head in his hands as quiet sobs escaped him. I can't believe this, he muttered. This is too much. What is it? Please tell me. He slowly lifted his face from his hand and uttered the word that blew massive craters in the happiness I had only just found. It is Eze. She just had a baby boy. I think it is mine. 3 days went by like 3 years. We never even got to fully unpack. Okay, had to leave immediately to the hospital to be with Eze. I was thrown into confusion worse than the times before. How could this be? When I got home that day, Miss A was surprised to see me home so soon, but I couldn't even speak when she asked me what was wrong. Later that evening, Auntie Linda came by and asked to see us both. She told Miss A what had happened. There was a DNA test that had been done and the results were pending. In the meantime, she was housing Eze and her baby in her house while giving the two of them time to discuss what their plans were. Auntie Linda looked at me sympathetically. You know I like you, Bella. After all, I'm the one that connected the two of you. But if it turns out that she is the mother of his child and that is his son, we have to encourage him to do the right thing, whatever that might be. After she left, I sat in the kitchen island with tears sliding down my face. Miss A broke out some red wine from my dad's collection and filled 2 glasses for us. I didn't think I needed a drink, but the warmth in my belly as I took some sips comforted me. How are you feeling? She asked. Like this is a doom romance. I mean, he has a son. There was enough baggage before, but this is different. This is a woman being. Whatever we decide to do could make or mar his life before it even begins. I understand how you feel, but Bella, if you two love each other and figure it out, how do I figure out the fact that I'm not going to be the mother of his first child? or the fact that I have to share him with Eze for the rest of my life. We have been through a lot to be together, but we have never gotten a chance to be together. To date, he has never told me that he wants to marry me or have children with me. But he has already started a family with another woman. Bella, I know things have not always been rosy for you and Okechukwu, but if there is any doubt in your mind that he loves you and will do anything for you, then you have to address that, because he has proven how much he wants to be with you. Things don't always turn out the way we plan, and that is life. I mean, I thought I had your dad first and only child at the time, only for you to surface, and because I love him, I have to make a choice to accept that you are a part of him, and that loving him means loving you too, she said softly. I'm not saying it is easy, and trust me, I understand how you feel, especially because you were already in love with him when this happened. But if you love this man, then allow him to figure out what he wants. If he wants to be with you, he has to convince you that he will be able to manage this whole situation for the rest of your lives. If he chooses Eze and a baby, then you need to accept that and move on. Then again, the real question here is, what do you want? The why losing my thoughts and inhibitions? I want to be happy, I said. Do you think you can be happy with Eze and a baby always being in the picture for the rest of your lives? I took another long sip of wine and answered as honestly as I could. I don't know. A few days after the DNA test confirmed that Eze's son is Okechukwu's, my father sent his car for me. It is my first time visiting his new office as the chairman of OA Holdings. Although I wish it were under different circumstances, I took the lift to the 5th floor of the modern style building in Marina and headed to his office, which was still being set up. The former chairman, Professor Ayodeji, was a stuffy, serious academic. My father was the financial son of a socialite duchess. The entire vibe of the office reflected their opposing taste as one set of interior design took over the other. I opened the door to my father's office with a bright, forced smile on my face. Dad, I love you. I love what you are doing with the place. I stopped in my tracks. Sitting across from my dad in his cluttered office was Okechukwu. What is going on here? Bella, please have a seat. I looked at Okechukwu, but he refused to meet my eyes. I wanted to be mad at him, but I couldn't. I just felt tired and sad. If he was here to end things, I would accept it, even though it would hurt so badly. I might never recover. I wanted a happy ending with the man I love. Why was that so hard to achieve? I sat down beside him. Both of us across from my dad. Okechukwu called me with the news 3 days ago. He wanted some help mediating this conversation because he had no idea how to go about things. Incidentally, I have some experience in this area, as you know. I can't imagine what I would have done or what my life would have been like if your stepmother walked out on me when she found out about you. I kept you from her for so long because I knew if she asked me to choose, it would be the most difficult thing I will ever have to. I'm eternally grateful that she was there for me when I needed her the most, and she never put me in the position to have to make that choice. Love sometimes means having to accept your partner and their past decisions. It may not be fair for him to spring a child on you when you have just been through so much because of him. But it also was not fair for him to go through hell because of your family drama either. Bella, you are my first daughter, and I used to be confident that nobody on earth could ever love you as much as I do. But this young man has gone even further than I could ever imagine for your safety and protection. I will leave you two to talk things out, he said, standing up and walking away. We sat in silence for a long time. How is the baby? He looked at me in shock, then composed himself. He is a baby, sleeps a lot, and eats and poops. How did it happen? He looked at me and I could see a joke forming in his head, but he thought better of it. Probably the month we met. According to my calculations, it was a full-term baby. Why didn't she tell you? How was it secret until now? He cleared his throat. So she has PCOS. She didn't even know until she was 3 months gone. She tried to tell me that day in the house, but when I turned her down, she decided to do it on her own. Things got pretty bad very fast. Her parents kicked her out. She ran out of money since she couldn't work. She was staying with a friend who later told her to forget her pride and come to me. But by then, I had vanished into thin air. She heard about my release through our mutual friend and went into labor soon after. Bella, I don't expect you to just accept this situation because it is quite difficult. So I would understand if you would rather move on. But I want you to consider. There you go again. Why do you always act like you are indifferent about whether I go or I stay? If you want me to stay with you, then ask me to stay with you. Show me you want me and stop acting like you don't care if I leave you. That is not what this is. I just want to prove that I'm good enough for you. And I don't want you to shortchange yourself by being with me. But at every turn, something thwarts my efforts. I am an adult, and I know what is good enough for you. You are always looking for a way to sabotage this relationship. I need you to show me that I'm not making a mistake for choosing to remain with you no matter what. That is the problem, Bella. I wish I could assure you that choosing me will always be pain-free, a happily ever after fairy tale, but I cannot do that. See what our relationship has been like. So who knows what marriage holds? What if I just end up disappointing you? Why will you think you are a disappointment to me? You don't understand my point, do you? You don't understand mine either. We sat in tense silence as the clock ticked by. If we cannot meet each other halfway, then there is no point, I said. I think you should focus on getting your life on track, going back to school, the baby, your business, and all that. I don't want to be a distraction with all you are going through. Are you breaking up with me, Bella? We can't keep doing this, okay, Chuku? From the beginning, our relationship has been defined by me focusing all my energy on trying to make sure we end up together. I'm done right now. I'm focusing on me. And you need to focus on the things that are important to you too. Is this a subtle way of asking me to choose between you and my son? What I'm saying is that every other time we have had this conversation, I left the ball in your court. But this time, it is my turn to choose, and I choose me. November came to an end, and for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. There were no plots to worry about, no lurking enemies, and more importantly, no lovers to obsess over. I went back to my aerobics class. I opened new social media pages with the name Bella Vintage Girl, posting about my new joys and obsessions. Something that had emerged from me during the tumultuous month was my interest in spaces, decor, and planning. I had this idea to start my own event management company, delivering unique experiences for select clients. I had a vision board that I faithfully work on every day, and I was putting a proposal together for potential investor and partnership. I had also been online, searching for schools in New York for a master's degree that would match my goals. I was happy, for the most part. I did not allow myself to miss him or think about him too much. I painted a picture of domesticity with himself, his son, Mika, and Eze in my head and tried to accept it. I did not let myself feel bad or like I had lost something. I was okay and coping with it all. One evening, over dinner, I told my father about my plan to go back to school in February, and he was enthusiastic. Miss A was excited too, but sad. I'm going to miss seeing you all the time. It is going to be so strange without you here. It is just a year, and it will go pretty fast, promise. Are you sure you will come back? Lagos has been so tough for you. I'm worried you will just forget about us and start a new life over there. Don't put ideas in our head, my daddy cheated her. Once my parents approved, I told the Duchess and then Vanessa about my plans, and they were both happy and supportive. You have been through a lot, babe. You really should change your environment for a bit, but you have to promise you will come back. Vanessa said, squeezing me tightly. That is exactly what my stepmom said. You guys must know something I don't. All my family is here now. They are crazy. But I am an Ayo Kensington through and through. I'm not running away. I'm merely staging Bella 2.0. 2 days later, she called me with a crazy idea. Let's have a send-off party tomorrow night. Are you sending me off already? I don't leave until January at the earliest. Yeah, but there is Christmas and New Year and so much before then. Now it's perfect. I mulled it over. She had a point. Still. But Van, I'm not really in the partying mood. Belle, it is not a party with gibbish music. We will have nice jazz, lovely wine, conversation, and culturally boards. Classy stuff for classy babes. I laughed and rolled my eyes. Fine, I'm in. She had everything planned and told me to just show up around 8 p.m. There was a coat dress too, white and gold and cocktail dresses only. My closet was even with options, and I ended up selecting an Armani Grecian style dress that skimmed my knees. I chose a strappy pair of gold ears and hoop earrings. My hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Miss A waved me off happily, and I drove myself to the venue, to the rooftop bar, and found it unlit and near empty. There were 1 or 2 waiters hanging around, and I could smell food being cooked, but no one was there except me. I called Vanessa, and she answered the phone breathless. Babe, sorry, I'm on my way. I stopped to pick up some of the other guests, and I'm running late. We are coming. I was peeved. I had even timed my arrival for 45 minutes after the allotted time so that I could be fashionably late. I was looking around for somewhere to sit that gave me a good view of the entrance so I could glare at her when she finally arrived, when the concierge walked up to me. I was instructed to give this to you. He handed me a small envelope with my name written on the front of it. I was taken aback. You were by whom? The party planner, he said. What was Vanessa up to? I opened the envelope and pulled out a small note card. It simply said, follow the lights. The message was confusing, but the handwriting was not. It was Okechukwu's. But how could that be? Just then, a line of fairy lights laid on the ground started to light up, forming a path to another location. I followed them to a small lining and wood tent that had been set up at the other side of the rooftop. There was a wooden sign that said Bella's Place in front of the tent. The front of it was decorated with light and greenery. It looked magical and took my breath away. Inside, there was a small table loaded with favorite foods, plump red roses, candles, and soft lights. When I stepped in, one of my favorite vintage songs, When a Man Loves a Woman, by Michael Bolton, started to play. My heart was thudding by this point. I walked over to the table and saw another small card nestled between the dinner plate. I opened it with unsteady hands, and it's another handwriting note that says, enjoy your dinner. How was I supposed to eat when I was going crazy with anticipation? I looked around me and saw no one else, and no option but to follow the command. I calmed myself down and opened the lid of the dish before me. There was no food in there, but a blue velvet box. No way. I gently popped the box open, but there's only another tiny piece of paper. I opened it up. Look up, cupcake. It was in a crisp all-white suit, on one knee at the entrance of the tent. The ring was in his right hand, and he had the softest smile on his face. Time collapsed within itself, and everything that I worried about, the doubt, the fears, bitterness melted away. I walked over to him. Bella, all my life I have felt as though I don't deserve good things. I worry that the moment I claim something or someone as my own, I will lose it. From the moment we met, I saw the goodness in you, the purity in your heart, but I was too scared to claim you because of my own insecurities. I may never feel like I deserve this love, but I can no longer deny it. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. The crazy years, the boring times, the uncertainty, the comfort. I want to tease you forever and make you laugh. I want us to be the same clan, the same name, the same household. I want you to be mine, and I want to be yours forever. You are my home. I will be your shelter and protector. Choose me for the last time, and I will never let you down again. I was sobbing so much I couldn't speak, so I smiled through my tears. He stumbled over his word. Cupcake. I don't understand. Is your smile a yes? You haven't asked me anything. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat. This thing is not going the way I rehearsed it. Bella Ayo Kensington, will you marry me? Of course, I exclaimed, pulling him off his feet and throwing my hand around his waist. He kissed me deeply, pulling playfully on my lower lip and pinching my boot. I giggled. Now that we are engaged, he was no longer being coy with me. Do you want this ring or not? It is not official until you put it on. I laughed. I had been so happy to hear him ask I didn't even put the ring on. Compared with the other one I had been forced to wear earlier this year, occasion ring was an elegant fit with a yellow gold band and yellow tinted diamond arranged in a cluster on the front. It complemented my skin tone perfectly and glinted in the soft light of the tent. The yellow gold reminded me of his bracelet that I had worn for weeks as a symbol of his commitment. But it was not on his wrist. Babe, where is your bracelet? He pointed to the ring on my hand. It underwent an important transformation. My eyes widened. No way. He chuckled and tapped his chest twice. You still dey use me play. Just then, I heard some familiar voices outside the tent. Is it done? Are we safe? It was Vanessa. I swiped the front of the tent open and rushed outside. Everyone was there. Miss A, my dad, the Duchess, Auntie Linda, even the senator. How did they pull this off? They took turns congratulating us, and the music and food started to flow as Vanessa filled in the gaps for me. Once I decided to leave, she told Okechukwu and immediately planned the proposal. You are such a fickle woman, always selling me off to any man that you see. Ah, no, I made a big mistake before. This is the man for you, not any man. See romance now, see commitment. Let's forget about the past, I beg. The Duchess came over with a mid-look of scorn on her face. Grandma, are the drinks safe? You already got rid of one fiance, but I would really like to get married to this one if that is okay. She caught the joke and smiled. After all these years in Nigeria, you still have not learned how to talk to your elders. Thankfully, I will be gone for a while. You can train me some more when I get back. She looked at me with a soft gaze. I hope you do come back. There's a lot more for me to teach you, even if you refuse to listen to me. As the party wound down 2 hours later, I had a quiet moment with my dad. Are you happy? I smiled broadly. Absolutely. That is good. I trust you two will work things out. Just remember, there are times you have to put Eze and Mika first, even when you are married and have children of your own. That will always be his first son, you know? I know, Daddy. But you and Miss A have made it work. I'm hoping we have learned a thing or two from both of you. Is he going to be with you in New York? We haven't talked about that yet. but so long as we are together, I'm happy. He looked down at me and gave me a warm hug. I feel like now you have truly grown up. You will be 24 next month, but it feels like you grew up a lot more than that in this year. I chuckled, right? At some point this year, I felt more like a 30-year-old. He made a face. You are saying this to a 45-year-old sweetheart? I will give an arm to feel 30 again. After everyone left, we went, but he was going to come with me to America in February. His university was not in New York though, but Boston. It is only a 3-hour drive. We should be okay. I know. I can't wait to have the whole college experience with you. I can't wait to start over again. At 28, we marveled at all that had happened between us for a moment. And I turned to him sharply. I hope you are not planning to make this a long engagement. He laughed. You are such a princess. Do you know how poor I am now? I will be working like 50 jobs in America to get us by. Let's just marry here so we can process your citizenship. And don't forget, this time next year, I will officially be able to access my trust fund. So you want to be my sugar mommy? I'm too young for that title. Keep your money, babe. I told you, I'm a proud Igbo man. My wife will never lack. And I will never go back to my old hustle. I will make sure our life together is as peaceful as possible. He paused. Let's not be in hurry, but trust me. This is forever. Do you trust me? He had asked me that question so many times before, but this time the answer was immediate and absolute. Yes, Okechukwu Okonkwo, I trust you. The end. The Lagos Love Journals Meet the Duchess by Layemi O.I. Chapter 1. Birth Story. This is not a love story. It is simply a story about love in its various expressions. It is a sneak peek into my world, into the beauty and chaos of it. Through the eyes of the various members of my family, you have formed your opinion of me. To some of you, I am a force in the boardroom. To some, I am an overbearing mother, a maiden mother-in-law, and to others, I'm simply Adenike, a woman who desires to love and be loved. By telling my side of the story, I'm not asking you to understand me, as that might be an impossible task. I'm simply giving you a tour of my mind, untamed by the dramatic love triangle, absent fathers, and scandal you have associated with my name. I hope after reading this, your opinion of me, regardless of what it is, will at least be truly yours. Oh, by the way, I won't be writing this story myself. Can you imagine me sitting with a pen, scribbling into a notebook like a student in an examination hall in my twilight years? That would be absurd. Look, I'm nearly 70 years old. My eyesight is waning, and my fingers stiffen even when I append my signature on the many documents that still need my authorization, even though I retired decades ago. The gesture from my granddaughter, a gift of a leather-bound journal, was thoughtful, but typically it missed the marks. Why? Because people look at me and assume that I am made of steel. They don't see a person, they see a force of nature. But I am all too woman, and old and tired, not to mention burdened by the secret I have carried for a long time, some of which I let go of recently. And let me tell you, it felt good. When people think of Judgment Day, they think of whether they will end up in heaven or hell. No one ever thinks about the judgment that commences while we are still here on earth. Anyway, I have hired someone to write my memo for me. That is what money is there for. The ghost writer, Anything, is sitting before me now, tapping nervously on her worn notebook, a brittle air of professionalism hovering over her. She is young, of course, and green, but James, my lawyer and confidant, not only vetted her thoroughly before he selected her, he also made her sign a non-disclosure so ironclad that breaking it could render her next 3 generations penniless. Perhaps it is in the NDA and the fact that people generally find me intimidating that might account for her restlessness, which she is desperately trying but failing to hide. But it is ironic because I'm probably more nervous than she is. I'm just damn good at appearing unflappable. I have told an abridged version of my best story before, but here is what really happened. Taye and Yetunde Williams were my parents, at least on paper. My father was an architect, and my mother was a philanthropist and property tycoon. It was rare, in the late 40s when I was born, for a Nigerian couple to have so much wealth and influence. My father's parents were colonial clerks, and he received a quality education his entire life. My mother came from a wealthy palm oil producing family from Ibadan. She met my father at a high society gathering and married him 6 months later. For some time, they lived in England where they both completed their education. They returned home when my mother was in her 20s and my father, 32, and worked their way up the property ladder, acquiring land in choice area and building the city's first modern infrastructure. They were young, wealthy, well-respected, and happily married. From the outside, at least, they were living a charmed life, but they nursed their own pain. My mother was only 18 when she married, so at first, she was relieved to not add children to the mix. After all, she and my father had big dreams and ambitions, and she felt a toddler would get in the way. But then she turned 25, and then 30. 12 years had gone by since I do, and tongues were beginning to wag. In those days, fertility issues were a closely guarded secret and a source of shame. Now, there are clinics, therapies, and other forms of support for a couple struggling to conceive. But back then, there was silence. My mother endured the whispers and disrespect, and my father resisted the pressures to take on another wife, citing his Christian faith and Western education as his reason, not mentioning his love of my mother, for fear that it will make her even more unfairly blamed for being selfish as well as barren. One day, she was expecting one of her properties in Ikoyi when a young girl who had been only son collapsed. The girl was bone thin and looked deadly ill. When my mother went to see what was happening, the other laborers had already doused her with water and were propping her up, shaking her vigorously. My mother spoke the dialect very well, which enamored the stranger to her instantly. From there, she was transferred to a clinic where she was treated for dehydration, malaria, and high blood pressure. True to her exalted word, the girl was indeed a few weeks pregnant. Call it serendipity, luck or case of my mom recognizing an opportunity when she saw one. But on her third visit, she made a wide proposal to the young man, whose name was Abike. Let me raise your child as my own. You said father is a farmer, you rejected. Your own parents sent you away. I'm not asking you to decide now, nor am I going to force you to say yes. But if you agree, you can work closely with me. We see your child grow up. The only thing I need from you is your silence. Abike thought about it for weeks, during which my mother had her lodged in a small house, and all her needs were taken care of. In the end, she agreed, and my mother brought her into her home as a maid. My father was none the wiser, as Abike was so slender, so no one would have known she was with child. Added on to her was the happy news my mother had given him. The reason she needed the extra help from a woman who knew Ibadan customs and delicacy that she was now with child. They agreed to keep her condition secret because of the sensitivity of the situation. A few weeks later, my mother secured passage to England, and she and Abike arrived in Liverpool when the pregnancy was 5 months long. When I was growing up, my father used to call me Adetokunbo, the crown that came from across the seas. I always knew that I was born in United Kingdom. I just never knew that my actual mother was Abike, a woman I knew well and was very close to, who raised me perhaps more intentionally than my mother, who worked hard and socialized just as much did. And that secret persisted until Yetunde Williams, the woman I had always believed was my mother, died when I was 23. After her passing, the entire Williams estate became mine to run. Days before her funeral, her lawyer, Barrister Olusegun Ayodeji, gave me a sealed letter. Your mother wrote this as soon as your father died and instructed me to give it to you when she passed. She wants you to read this alone and divulge nothing in it to anyone. The letter felt heavy with the secret I knew on an instinctual level would be devastating. And it was. After days of trepidation, I finally opened the letter and discovered the truth. My whole life up until that point was a carefully constructed lie built, like our numerous houses, by my mother, Yetunde Williams. With the discovery came two tragedies. Abike, my birth mother, and I never got to have a happy reunion. Because of her duty and faithfulness to the Williams household, she was appointed the head of all the domestic staff, running our home smoothly her entire life. When I was around 5 years old, she met and married a boisterous man from Ibadan, a kola nut and oil palm trader, and had a daughter by him. Sadly, a few years after, she passed away from a bad infection that progressively worsened despite all the medical intervention. Her only daughter, Labake, who was only 10 years old at the time, joined the Williams household. Once I knew the truth, I started to see traces of it across my whole life. My mother was a beautiful grandmother. Another glaring fact was how isolated I felt. My mother was never really a warm, loving caregiver. Thus, she left to Abike. She treated me with a certain distance, yet overprotectiveness, like an investment rather than a child. When she was home, she would call me into her room and give me life lessons and advice, as if preparing me for an exam, the big exam of life. She would use idioms and expressions to impress principle upon me. Trust no one. This became my first valuable life lesson. Be generous, because you never know what others will become tomorrow. Never make a man the center of your life. When all else fails, throw a party. On some levels, those words of advice became a part of my fabric, my inner words. But sometimes I just wanted a regular mom, one that looked genuinely happy to see me and didn't bombard me with words of wisdom alone, but hugs and kisses too. Despite our fractured closeness, I never had ill feelings toward my mom. In her later years, she got deeply involved with movements that began among women in the market around Lagos. She spent hours with them, financing their causes, involving herself in grassroots movements and campaigns. The Williams family was seen as being headed by my father, the prodigious businessman, but it was my mother's philanthropy that made the legacy. It was one thing to know my mother hadn't bettered me, but it grieved me deeply to discover that I was not my father's daughter, because he never knew the truth. His relationship with me was much more natural, more loving and open. I believed myself to be his only child, the apple of his eyes. In my mother's letter, I discovered that this was only partially true. The prayers my father resisted in the early years before I was born eventually got to him. He had a mistress, a Badagry woman with whom he had fathered 2 sons. My mother found out when I was in my early teens, the older boy, Adegboyega, was 2 years younger than me, and Adeshola, the second child, was around Labake's age. Their marriage suffered from this betrayal, and I did not notice that they drifted apart. Yet my father remained doting toward me. My father was keen on intelligence and had a hunger for knowledge. He taught me everything I know. He made me read books beyond my years, teaching me about history, politics, and philosophy. He loved to play chess, and we bonded over games that lasted hours. And when I got better days, as we played, he conveys theories of business and strategy, using chess pieces to explain the relationship between the different types of women that make up society. He would explain how each move, each strategy could be likened to business and politics. By the time he died when I was 18, I was a walking reservoir of knowledge beyond my years. I was, in a way, his other legacy. When it came time to choose a university, I settled on economics at the University of Ibadan. My father had business interests in many sectors, and with assumption that I was his only child, my intention was to ready myself to one day take over the family empire. The second tragedy of that letter was discovering that everything I had shared with my father, our bond and common traits, which I thought were genetic, were based on lies. I was no heirs. He was deceived in a terrible, unforgivable, and brazen way by his own wife, and I was an unsuspecting accessory to paternal fraud. I'll be honest, for weeks afterward, I was incandescent with anger, then depression, and after going through the 7 stages of grief, I came to accept my situation. When the dust settled, I realized that at 23, I was now in charge of not only my parents' firms and their hundreds of staff, but the home they built in Ikoyi with 13 domestic staff and no direction on what should be done. Then there were the complications. When my father died 3 months ago, after I started my degree in Ibadan, he left all his assets to my mother. But when those passed to me, suddenly a battle I never bargained for arose. The woman in Badagry and her 2 sons,
who had been quiet when my mom was alive, afraid to take on a woman of her reputation and status, did not extend that courtesy to me. Not only that, my uncle Kehinde, the only Williams' son that was a never-do-well, saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take over his brother's estate now that his pompous wife was dead. My head reeled with the speed at which things were falling apart. It seemed like I was the one who was mourning my father, who passed away at 58 when a suspected heart attack was, as he slept, ended his life. He simply slept and did not wake up. Or my mother's death at age 53, which came 5 years after my father's, when she finally succumbed to a protracted illness that commenced almost immediately after my father's death. Unlike my father, my mother's death did not come as a surprise, so she was able to put her affairs in order. With the shark circling, I was grateful that she was able to not only will the entire estate and its assets to me, including our home in Ikoyi, she handpicked her trusted lawyer to act as executor till I turned 25. In the 2 years before I was officially running the estate, Barrister Yodeji and I set about cleaning up messes left behind by my parents' death. First, I met with my father's mistress, a one woman who tended to put on airs about her station. She was nothing like my mother, who was a fashionable tour de force. But I have learned that affairs usually work that way. Most times, the cheating spouse looks for someone to meet needs. The other spouse can't, and usually the person they cheat with is vastly different from the person being cheated on. I won't name her, but after we met, we discussed terms of how we were to relate going forward. There was no legal ground for her sons to stake a claim on my father's property because he had never officially married their mother. Of course, they had no idea that I was not biologically related to my father, but I was no fool to divulge such a thing. After a series of discussions, the mistress was put on a stipend monthly and given a house in Ikeja. Her sons, who were 21 and 18 years old at the time, would have to trust set up for them, covering their schooling, living expenses, and up to two business ventures fully funded. She pretended to deliberate on our offer for a while, even when we saw her eyes pop and mouth water as we laid out the terms. Settling her was the easy part. My uncle, however, my father's twin, was a different matter altogether. I hardly knew Uncle Kehinde. He was my father's brother and nothing more. I have no recollection of spending time with him or his family, but it was obvious to everyone who had eyes that there was no love lost between the brothers. They have shared a womb and nothing more. They didn't even look like twins, since they were fraternal. After my mother's death, Uncle Kehinde fought me with everything he owned to reclaim what he believed his brother and his sister-in-law had stolen from him. It was at this point that the wisdom in having a renowned lawyer as an ally and confidant paid off. Barrister Yodeji fought Uncle Kehinde off, digging up his hidden past, including wanting drug use, to prove his ineligibility for the role of successor. We were in court for months, and the case eventually settled in arbitration. I was finally free, and my secret was safe. But there was one more thing. At the end of her letter, my mother gave me a choice: to live as a Williams forever, or to try and reclaim my real identity, finding my original family, that is Auntie Abike's people, and becoming a part of them. I could either live a lie and cope with the guilt, or burn down everything just to tell the truth. How could I choose? My birth mother was dead. Whoever my father was had never claimed my mother's pregnancy, so why would I try to trace him? The parents that raised me were both dead. The only family I really had a relationship with, Mrs. Williams' siblings, were not even my real family. Where, where was I to begin? Who could I trust? Where would I live if my father's brother or his children decided to claim what was rightfully theirs and kick me out of the family? It was at this point that Barrister Yodeji helped solidify my identity as a Williams. His rationale at the time was that I was a William by virtue of the bond I share with my parents and the upbringing and education I had under their supervision. Family, according to him, was not always determined by blood. But even now, I wondered if the man I called father all my life would have had the same opinion. If he had ever discovered the truth, would he have thrown me out with my mother? Would he have accepted me as his child regardless of the fraud that my mother had so brazenly committed under his very nose? In the end, the decision to remain a Williams was easy to make because my reasons were beyond just my own survival and existence. They impacted so many people who were dependent on me, including my own only real family, Labake. When she was younger, she ended up marrying to a guy that our mother, Auntie Abike, had consistently warned her about. He was a charismatic but unambitious fellow that even I, in my relative youth, could see was not what my sister, but she didn't see me as her sister. No matter how close we were, I was her mom's boss daughter, a family friend at best, and with the age gap between us, it made things that much harder to advise her without losing her friendship. We lost touch after she married and moved with him to Abeokuta. 2 years and two children later, she came back to Lagos. He had left for a job in Benin Republic, where he claimed there was more work for him as an artisan, and she never saw him again. I was happy to be reunited with her, even though I could never tell her the truth. She was my only real family. We became close, truly, after that. She became the only one who ran my household and literally raised my children, just like our mother had done before her. You must
I've seen her when you came in, Miss Bade. We call her by a short form of her husband's last name, Badejoku, which she uses till date. Obviously, when this book is released, she will know the secret I have been carrying all these years, and it remains to be known if she will forgive me. Anyway, Labake's children are doing well. I made sure of it. Bamidele, her first son, is a doctor living in America with his family, and Folakemi, her daughter, is a faculty member at a private university here in Nigeria, currently preparing to be made a professor. All is well. That ends well, right? If only. Barrister Yodeji, being my mother's chief of staff, became the custodian of the Williams estate, as I mentioned earlier, at least until I turned 25. In the interim, his control of those assets made him a tremendously wealthy man. I didn't mind. I felt he deserved it, and I trusted him. Besides, at the time I was battling something more existential. You see, I always felt like I never really belonged anywhere. I had developed a deep-rooted identity crisis. If I was not a Williams, then who was I? I had a half-sister I could not claim, two half-brothers who were not really my half-brothers that I was compelled to claim, and a whole dynasty that I did not belong to protect. It was this identity crisis that motivated me into creating an outlet for myself. I started developing a new persona, one that was not dependent on anyone, one that needed no validation, no bloodline, no explanation. I created her because she was critical to my survival, to my self esteem. I created her because she validated my existence. She earned me a seat at the table and ensured I would never be poor or irrelevant as my birth parents were. She assured me that I would never have to trade my existence for a bed and warm food as my mother had done. I created her for myself, and when the world met her, they named her the Duchess. I guess it is also time for you to meet her. Chapter 2. Love and Sacrifices. Do you know why I decided to have my infamous once a month dinners at my so-called villa? It wasn't a form of punishment like the less agreeable members of my family think, nor is it because of the lavish dresses, food and drink, opulence, like my ex-husband used to spitefully say when things between us got bad. It's because for most of my life, since my non-biological father died when I was 18, I have been deeply chronically lonely. Are you surprised? Don't be. Loneliness shows itself in unusual ways. The person who is most reserved, cold, mean-spirited, or whatever else is usually, predictably, a lonely person. And unlike what people might think, it is not the bad attitude that pushed people away. It is that a lonely person created the attitude to deflect from the fact that they had no one genuinely in their corner, no one on their side. Wealthy and powerful people are never short on company, but they are often poor in connections, in genuine emotional bonds. I am partly to blame, of course. I have never met another person I can easily like, not to mention trust. New people awaken a radar in my head. I scan them psychologically, emotionally, and mentally, if possible, to find out their motive. Even my husband and children, it was hard to switch off with them, to truly allow myself love or need them. So why the dinners? It was the only way to keep them in my orbit. Otherwise, they would have drifted away not just from me, but from each other forever. I didn't say any of this to Miss Eniton, who I was once again sat with in my garden on a Saturday morning. Like most creatives, she had a day job somewhere. I didn't bother to remember. We decided to meet on Saturdays so she can go to church on Sunday, and also because I didn't want my family to know about her or what we were doing. Not just yet, anyway. This was our second meeting in a scheduled 8 sections, and this time she seemed more relaxed. You said you wanted to talk about the lawyer and his son today. I stroked the pendant nestled against the neckline of my blouse, a small smile on my face. Yes, the love story or rather psychological thriller that underpins my marriage. Anito raised an eyebrow. Thriller, that sounds ominous. I laughed softly. I will let you be the judge because he was Mrs. Williams' chief of staff and right hand man. I had known Barrister Ayodeji for years, but we didn't know each other socially. I had never been to his house, for example, not until after Mrs. Williams died. He would show up to our parties and gatherings, like the one we had at Christmas, or to my biological mother's wedding, but he often came alone or with his wife at best. In other words, I didn't know anything about his family situation, like whether he had children or if he did, what their genders and ages were. That was to change. Once he became the executor of the Williams family estate, the vast vestige of formality between us crumbled. In the 2 years before he signed the estate back to me, it was his duty to show me the ropes of the entire scale of the family business, not just what we owned, but how they all operated, who were our foes and allies, and what was the vision for expansion. As Mrs. Williams' close confidant, it was like she was reaching out from the great beyond to teach me herself through him. Along with my economics degree and the stratagems my non-biological father had taught me, I was a quick study, a natural businesswoman. A year before he was due to hand over the ropes, Barrister Yodeji turned 50. His wife, a woman who had taken me under her wing and provided her own brand of comfort, mainly food and words of wisdom, had planned an elaborate party for her husband. Mrs. Williams' demise had become the Ayodeji's fortune. In a way, they had become noticeably wealthier and more prominent. Barrister Ayodeji's handling of Kehinde Williams' public play for his brother's estate had made him a maven, sought out after by other wealthy families eager to protect their assets. So even when he got stupendously wealthy in a short period of time, I didn't think anything of it. In fact, I felt it was well deserved. It was at this party that I first met Barrister Yodeji's son, Oladiran. In those days, everyone had an afro and wore shirts with starched collars and slightly unbuttoned, revealing a little bit of their chest muscle. The minute we laid eyes on each other, there was an almost animal magnetism.